for all Salon people and then party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Beberebe program then like Salon discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour, and the Gladi program. Look me, I look you. All this they start soon na www.sierragemedia.org. Now who's tem these?
Hill Valley Academy is a school that provides the very best opportunities for our students to develop, grow, and mature into young adults who are encouraged to become patriots as well as global citizens. We have high expectations and ambitions for all our students. We provide a caring, supportive, tolerant, and challenging environment in which all individuals can grow and flourish. A graduate of Hill Valley Academy is a well-rounded human being capable of making the most of what life has to offer. We actively encourage academic excellence with a sense of responsibility. We look forward to welcoming you to our school and to meeting you in the not too distant future, because together we achieve the extraordinary.
One of the key challenges is the public not too aware of how to dispose of them waste. Then they take them waste from the household, then they bring an treat, then they deposit on a gutter, then they deposit on an illegal site them, Insai City Council say not for to away dirty. So that one then one big challenge, illegal dumping of waste. And the second challenge, people are not too aware say dirty na thing wey them for pay for. All man get right for pay for dirty.
Even in trash can then, where city council install, people they pull and dirty overnight, can left and a treat for let we can total. Imagine you get for clean gutter, you get for sweep the treat, for let the treat for you get for good grass, and then person they pulling dirty back now house can even a treat. Say city council they can clean for them.
So Freetonians there, they talk to una. We as council, we don't do a lot for more able for clean the city. We get so many activities that we don't undertake. And what we don't do now, every area where you dey, you get a waste service provider where they around you there.
Central waste units, since we're going to business, in terms of waste business, like a group provides a good service, but dirty business, like we don't get any problem with dirty issue. Always they come on time, come clean out the compounds, go in and out, everything but dirty business. We don't ever get a problem with that.
We appreciate them because now to deter the academies, they don't clean outside and do the necessary thing they're supposed to do. So I appreciate them a lot and I value their service within the render and to
we Freetonians, any dirty where you see na Freetown, na one Freetonian, 9 putande. So for let we not see dirty na we city, for let we not see dirty na we street, for let we gutter and not full up with dirty, call 8244 or you go na this we site here www.findmeinfreetown.com. Find me in Freetown. That place then now you go see either by call or now your phone on your WhatsApp. Now that section there, you go see all the tricycle groups them, MMC plus the other one them. Call somebody, let them come, make arrangements with you for the collect you dirty on a regular basis. Then I for say for the collect you dirty constantly. No, the Freetown we want for see. Now Freetown way we get for create. Nobody no go down for we. So please, Freetonians, we want a clean city. Keep we city clean, not heap dirty in the streets.
Amen. You no go jump again.
You no go jump again.
Don't
I say don't stop, you don't
you
come.
know, side this red dot to the come out,
Yes.
it heals them.
There was a huge flooding which took place here a few days back. And on that note, we carry out for calm, see how we go best to go mitigate that kind of flooding day, make it not repeat itself. The culvert of itself is about a 3 meters diameter flow of culvert and all the volume of at one end. So and at twin culverts we get about 6 meters diameter flow. Now we are only having 2, so the 4 meters is all filled up with silt. So on that note, we get for can clear all these silt now out machine. We clear them and we create a big opening, and also widen the volume of this streamline, so we will accommodate more water. So because what thing really happen when the water overflow, they move kind to the community.
We they come along the line, we say water then settle inside the places and take the water everyone needs, right? So if they can't clean out so today or another tomorrow, I know say it will cause a great impact for me and the people living in here. I know say council will go and go do something when you know come again, say this will happen in case small rain come back. Because if this guy did not take place, we will call it like a flood mitigation, right? If this play don't take place, for any other problem or again we go and cannot cause any other problem again for we.
We are only here to do assessment. The machine is on the way coming.
In 2018, we were able to do this same kind of work here before the rain starts. And as a result of that, we were really able to minimize disaster in this community over the years that we follow. This year, because of financial constraints, the timing not work like how we want time for work. But interestingly, on the 21st of August, after that first heavy rain, Akanaya, with other members of the team, staff members, and we write to CRS and they agree for support this work. Who would have known, say before we were able to bring the machine, the heavy rain go come back. It come and Boku property destroy. We tell God thank you, say life no go na ya.
I name myself Tufon. I don't live in this community now, so from 2001 now I'm 21 years. But I would the woman there. I would suffer because so flood will take place. With the woman would suffer till to begin there. The water they disturb too much, but right now tell God thank you. Well, this machine don't come.
Because from yesterday we get information, say Freetown City Council don't send machines, especially the mayor. May God bless her and guide and protect him family. So we're glad for her and we're happy. Especially when we see the machine now. This morning, the machine they start for dig the gutter widely for make the water go up, pass free and go down.
So we're glad to say we're able for day here now with CRS and financial support for make this work here go on. They don't begin yonder by the bridge, all the other clear. Then go keep on moving down all the way to Kanike. And with that, we all go get peace of mind. We were able to sleep when the next heavy rain come, knowing say this water level not go rise uncontrollably like how we do last week.
My name is Miata Fambula. I'm an economist, and every day I fight to change the way our economy works. I've seen up close the power of Labour governments to change things and to do the impossible. When the global financial crisis hit in 2008, I was working in the strategy unit for Gordon Brown's Number 10. I saw that with focus and political will, our government could move mountains. And it was in those months that I first understood that the change my parents taught us was necessary might actually be possible. My parents came to London as refugees when I was 5 and became part of the Sierra Leone community here. They made impossible sacrifices to give my brothers and I the best start they could. I've been lucky, but for so many of the kids I grew up with, good kids from good families who were as likely to go to university as prison, the system let them down. My parents made sure we knew that this system that holds people down is wrong, that it deprives our communities of hope and ambition, and that we had a duty to change it. But I also grew up seeing the value of solidarity. When things got tough, people in our community banded together and helped each other out. And that's why I'm Labour. Because we know that it's not okay for just a few to do all right. We have to help everyone rise. The NHS, the minimum wage, we have always been the party of big ideas to lift everyone up. And now we need to do it again. I've listened to people from across Campbell and Peckham. They're worried about the cost of living, the lack of homes they can afford. They feel that our schools and hospitals are at breaking point. They want change. Harriet Harman blazed a trail for women. Standing on her shoulders, I want to be Campbell and Peckham's next MP, so that I can bring big ideas to Labour to make this change a reality and move mountains for this community. I've spent the last 5 years leading a charity that develops ideas that could transform our country. Free childcare for all, a living income so everyone can live well, a Green New Deal. Ideas I will always fight for because I know who I am fighting for. I'm fighting for the kids that don't get a shot, for the parents who are making impossible sacrifices, for the people who are struggling to get by, the people who are Campbell and Peckham. I want to use my voice on the national stage as your voice, to make your fight my fight, so that together we rise.
Free money, quick and easy.
Is it a pride to be a teacher? Oh yes, more than a pride, it is a passion to be a teacher. All that we need is better treatment. It is with love we build a nation. All that we need is better treatment. Ooh.
A teacher is a nation builder who spends sleepless nights preparing his lesson. Transformation of education begins with the teacher. He does everything to meet up with changing times. They build doctors, pilots, engineers, and all great people. Oh no, with meager salary. We plead on the parents to stop negative intervention. Instead, assist them do their work. It is with love.
It is with love.
It is with love.
We build a nation. All that we need is better treatment.
It is with love.
It is with love.
Yeah.
We build a nation. All that we need is better treatment.
I'm shedding my tears for a teacher.
I'm giving you knowledge, you slap me. I'm building your future, you kill me. Oh no, respect the teacher.
I'm shedding my tears as a teacher.
I'm giving you knowledge, you slap me. I'm building your future, you kill me. Oh why, respect the teacher.
Teacher, we tapsila.
Teacher will want me.
Teacher,
teacher, we tapsila. Teacher will loan me. Teacher, we tapsila. Teacher will want me. Teacher, we tapsila. Teacher will loan me. Teacher, we tapsila. Teacher will want me. Teacher, we tapsila. Teacher will loan me.
Go. Hello and welcome to another edition of Sierra Leone Media Live on YouTube and Facebook. I want to say welcome to everybody for joining us tonight. And if you did just join me for the first time, I want to say welcome to you. If you're not one of the regulars, then I want to say welcome back again and welcome for returning back to join us on this very special day. We are here every other Wednesday from 10 UK time and different other timelines. Then it depends whose partner the world way you find yourself. And obviously, we all don't get up for today's program, and we're waiting to see what is going to be the outcome of today's program. As we all know, we have a lot to talk about when it comes to our Wednesday program. I might not promise whether we're staying long for tonight, but maybe we might not stay too long. But can you imagine we will not be talking about things that is happening for the whole week? So it's like a review of what's going to happen from now on to next week, Tuesday. Now, the Marco can here for wrap up and build up and give the latest updates on things that will happen inside the Republic. So we call this program How to Go Inside the Republic. But today, I might not go on a solo journey, but you never know. If I cannot get my host, because I am the co-host. If I not get my host for January today, I might go on solo. And Feminine are the co-host of today's program, if it has to be like that, but I'm not too sure. But by the way, let's see whether we'll be able to run today's show as Femi being the co-host, or we might get we own border for joining me later on in the show when the Fulaman Mamadi Jumaba, and it's still there on emission. Although the UN summit don't conclude, but we still get to do a review of the summit itself, because now the important people and way they go to summits, they left behind. And within they left behind for now for make sure say then deal with some of the issues then we then feel to see them able for sit around the table and finalize. Cut the final deals, dot the I's, cross the T's, and make sure that everything that has been discussed during the summit is now going to be into a document and possibly fund those that need to be funded, because we know the one that will go for fund, and then execute things that are need to be executed by either government officials, head of the UN missions, or NGOs. Then we possibly they use as partners for disseminate some of the information, and some of them partners they will use for actually execute some of their duties there. So today's program will talk about a few things then, one of which will be the most important thing we all the kill we serve for in this world, we then call education. Education is very important to us as we celebrate the World Teachers Day today. It means kudos to every teacher, to all my we don't teach in their own different ways. We don't actually make some kind of contribution to teaching all over the world. Well, they can't talk about that today. I will make some quick reference to some of the teachers that we would always get in our country, Sierra Leone, and the impacts they don't make in the lives of some of us, and also the life of young Sierra Leoneans that we possibly the struggle to get that kind of education with something we don't get maybe 30, 40 years ago. It's not the same anymore, and we all know that. And I think that is one of the things that we lack so much in Sierra Leone, where the fact say things are changing and we are deteriorating. So we will talk about education today, one of the key programs then. And we'll continue to talk about the voters registration exercise and how it affects democracy as Sierra Leoneans. Because we know for sure, say, officially, the registration period don't expire, and we discuss for see, well, then say they don't put 2 more extra days, but there is a gap in between. So then they give 2 more days where they start from the 6th and the 7th. We will be tomorrow and next tomorrow. But we'll get for discuss down the back as well, and we'll get for make few comparisons to some of the issues then they affect first-time voters and also people then we still at for register. And we don't see another development of some of the areas then we still they insist they're not interested in the election, and for sure they're not interested to register. But we don't see the move the way other people in the take for make sure say they get people in for register now. Opa. All right, so we'll left on the first and then we'll move on. And then the other topic of discussion, there is a new continued police harassment of we popular mayor, Madam Ivona Kisaya. We know for say a couple of days ago, I think was it last week towards the end of the week or so, or early this week? No, I think it was last week. She was invited to go to the CID in Freetown because they say it obstructs police investigation. How we call this kind of behavior? We will talk about them back as well. Like we see what sort of powers then the mayor get, and what sort of value will the mayor get in a Sierra Leone, especially the mayor of Freetown municipality, when one of the biggest municipality in Sierra Leone. Who runs Freetown? Is it the mayor or whoever that person might be? And what to make the mayor, they get so much harassment from either government officials or government ministers or people within the municipality of Freetown. We possibly get access to government. They get a serious heck of a time. How on earth can we have a mayor, a sitting mayor, and then they invite them for going to police station because of obstructing police investigation? How? We'll talk about that as well, because that's very important for us to talk about, because we know for say a lot that happened to the mayor over the past couple of years, and still things are still happening to her, and we don't know the reason why. We don't know why she will be humiliated in such manner. And look, we see whether not so in the tickets all the mayor in other African countries then because now they will know, and other West African countries then because now they will know. And look, we see if it's the same treatment that they give to lawyers, to mayors, they really this part of the world, as in the diaspora. So we need to talk about that on the back as well, because it's very important for let we know exactly why the mayor they get continued harassment by government officials, police authorities, or people that are in power. The last discussion we get today now the cocaine seizure we don't happen now Guinea, Gambia, and Liberia. And there is a direct link for this particular incident where we know for say come out from Sierra Leone. We don't see a couple of months ago will lead to the sacking of the former Inspector General the people them. Well, see the people them, we all know that are the people them. And again, I laugh about it, but it's a very serious issue because we remember a couple of months ago, we have an incident about a container. We didn't see come out some part of the world, either Turkey or somewhere else, land Nasalone, and then claim say that container didn't get iced chicken, frozen chickens. And that frozen chicken, they don't become either a myth or a reality that is going across West Africa, especially sovereign states within Sierra Leone, Guinea, Gambia, and Liberia. Is that a coincidence? Is that a direct link? And we also understand, say, the former Inspector General, the people, then possibly don't ask them for go answer some questions na CID, because this is something that they might thought has some relationship that is connected to him. But anyway, that's another point of discussion we will come into as we continue the program. But let's bring my own brother, making himself say hello to Fambolen and making himself say some few words and let you tell you exactly what's in the program mean for them today. I know saying get a very strong background with teaching. So today na in B. The teacher's son. Over to you, Femi.
Hello, T-Boy. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Una de mi family una kushe una kabo. So T-Boy don't come for Ambogu na TD back. They can't talk boku. So yes, welcome ladies and gentlemen. As T-Boy see, today na World Teachers Day. So first of all, we for clap for all the and we teach we. All the and we teach we picking them. All the and we teach we mama we papa them. Because you know, a man step foot in the moon. Man operates in somebody in brain, somebody in heart. Man or woman, me cannot just say man. Ape born picking. People then do all kinds in this world and get all kind of accolade. But all them people in this start by learning 1 + 1. Now school. You know, their brains were empty, were like sponges ready to absorb, and somebody teach them and nurture them to the position where they find themselves, or for the way we all find we safe. So somebody teach we either formal education or informal education, then teach we. So today the world they recognize all them people and we put the hand them, you know, and teach people like me and you all the thing they would learn up to today. And some of we don't come out good because of them people and we can forget for really applaud them. You know, when we look back at our school days, we can say school days were the best days, but we can forget the people that we actually give you the knowledge for make we able earn a living or do business, you know, as I say earlier on, formally or informally. So today, as the world recognize them, myself I put my hand and see why the urges for do the same, follow applaud teacher them. Me mama na been teacher, but all of me auntie them, uncle them na been teacher them and still na teacher them, because I believe say once you don't be teacher, you're teacher for life. You might not work na school there again, but you still they teach in one capacity or another, the person in knowledge to other people. So again, family, thank you for joining us, and please, if una member una old teacher them, una give them a call, send them a message, and just say thank you for the effort una put, especially now we Konski, where teachers have not been recognized properly for years and decades, haven't been paid properly, but yet some of them teachers and they go all out of their way for make we turn out to be the people that will be today. So T-Boy, over to you. We will talk about that segment later, but I really think say you know, this one today on a own day for me teacher them, me family when I've been teacher them, I will make them know say I appreciate them, even though I never beat me at school.
I know you never left that in this because I remember is that we always they keep, you know, we ever miss the memory then they. But anyway, you don't leave love with teacher. Me young grandpa, I've been teacher. And why I say I've been teacher, He was possibly one of the very first few teachers then we begin teach na the province, and it starts na Jama, when one of the most renowned Kono school back in the days na the Kono district. And I say anybody we old possibly around 60, 65, we go school na Kono, we go Jama, you know, for say PS Duba, we have been the most prominent teacher in the provincial town, anything that they then he starts education. And he was not just only teaching regular subject, but he was also a music teacher. And can you imagine back in the days you get somebody to teach music? Apparently, I'm not too sure, but I might say this with confidence tonight for the possibly very first time. He was possibly either the co-writer or the writer of the Sierra Leone national anthem. I am not 110% sure with Edward Aka himself. It was a controversy we don't go on for a couple of years among the two families, maybe not. And now also an academician. Now they're not the people and we start the Albert Academy back in the days, and you also go back and you teach music there. So basically there's a history alongside him working with Edward Aka, and William puts together the national anthem. I am not 110% sure, but that is something that has been discussed within our family. Femi, I see the smile. But anyway, that's a true story, but I cannot 110% verify them. But it was something that was spoken about within the family, so I get to understand that. That's not just the essence of making sure that myself, my own ancestors, them, well, I'll call them my ancestors, they now, they say don't make a huge contribution in teaching in Sierra Leone, especially in various different areas then. And back in the days, Albert Academy was almost the school for people then we come out of the provincial town, because it was deemed to be either a Methodist or some kind of Christian school. And this me grandpa they talk about so was a very strong Methodist. And now the people that we begin for open Methodist churches them inside the provincial towns them in those years. So it don't make a lot of meaningful contributions towards education. And he was at work sometime an electoral commissioner na the eastern province of Sierra Leone. Now the Maro maker begin feel proud for wearing the safari t-shirt that will become Kenya, because he was selected to conduct the first possibly democratic election will happen in Kenya. And when he came back from Kenya on his return, he bought a lot of safari t-shirts. Those are the times when Sierra Leone was, Sierra Leone. Anyway, today is kudos to teachers that will make meaningful contributions to the lives of Sierra Leoneans and all over the world. And I believe, we have good and bad memories of our teachers. And some of them good memories, and they now the one that we knocking left foot with most times. Now the bad one they now can pick up. Like a family, they always make mention. You know, we ever talk about education. If you don't make mention in between until them they beat at school. Just because in a Pama. Oh, you have a way picking there, we come now. To that not the world. Yeah, good 6. Where you go tell your mama say I beat you. If I make him go home now, I can tell mommy, they beat me at school today. What I beat you? They call the teacher and you say, oh, now you auntie. They can shock now say, oh, but why me auntie they beat me? But again, it's about setting the standards, because when you don't set the standards right, sometimes we become complacent because of, you know, say, Femi na your nephew, you want forget and that extra statement day, and Femi go out of the rail, and Femi go begin misbehave. Femi na possibly they give small chance because he go misbehave bad in school. So they will not in that trouble some boy. So they begin punish her without you not commit a crime. So imagine now he commits a crime, what in them go do with you. But I think that help him a lot for making be the person he be today, because no matter how stubborn or troublesome he is, at least he able to pick up a lot of discipline within those early years. Because we can say early years of learning is the best for a child, because now they begin for groom, that they begin for teaching the amount of discipline they really need to forget, that they begin to know the value of what education actually means. No, not forget, today is an international day for teachers. We're on the 5th of October, we then celebrate worldwide. And the theme for this particular year is transformation of education begins with teacher. What does that mean? When you say transformation of education begins with teacher, what does that mean? It means a lot. For example, the knowledge you teach and the impact on you sometimes makes you to become a better person or change the way you look at things for the better of your own personal self. For example, if you are for, say for example, you want to be a scientist, you want to be a science student, you're very passionate about being a science student, for example, an engineer, and then you're not very good at physics, maths, hard maths. How would you cope with that? And if you don't have somebody who will be your teacher to guide you through that process and look at the areas that you're strong, look at the areas that you're weak, and give you a professional advice, the teacher will only able to get that capacity if he undergoes or she undergoes proper teaching training. And I believe, say, 40, 50 years ago, we used to have those teachers in Sierra Leone that will actually guide you to a professional career path where you will struggle for become what you want to be. They will look at your capacity, look at your strengths, look at your weaknesses, and say to you, work on this, work on that, and work on that. And then it will give you the right direction. From where they come out from primary school to secondary school, they don't begin to determine which area your career will lead you into. If you're good at sciences and you have other interests in other areas, they will channel your knowledge into those areas. Sometimes it looks like segregation, but if you look at back now, I don't think it's really segregation, because even in Europe, that is exactly the sort of practice that was going on. They separate you based on your skill set, they separate you based on the knowledge of what you know, they separate you based on your ability. So nobody is left behind those years, because they will make sure that they give you the best knowledge that they think will fit who you are. That's not the thing where we lost for the past 30 years in Sierra Leone, and I feel to say that's not unbog the entire society. When we used to have the Teachers College all over Sierra Leone, the Bonobo Teachers College, the Militi Magai, the I don't know, Pangma was not one of them, but the Bo Teachers College, Kenma used to have an institution. We have been the Technical Institute for Vocational Studies. We have the TH Center also for Vocational Studies. So we have a lot of institutions that will be responsible for training teachers back in the days. And if you are a graduate of any of these teachers' colleges in Sierra Leone, you get value for becoming a teacher. And when we look at the teaching trade in Sierra Leone, I don't think it's really about making money. It's either a calling or something that you love to do. Because now teacher, they teach somebody for become a millionaire. Now teacher, they teach somebody for making become a doctor. Now teacher, they teach somebody for making become a president. Now teacher, they teach somebody for making become an engineer. So a teacher is somebody who has the passion to impact knowledge. So anybody, we're ready for receive that knowledge there and make good use of them. Is it the same now in Sierra Leone? That's a question we should be asking ourselves. What's in now the essence of teaching now? Is it because these people love to teach, they love to pass on knowledge? Or is a means of survival? The reason why I throw them question there so that because I want people to understand the value of teaching, the value where teaching they bring come to any society. If we can remember back in the days, we used to have prominent lawyers, prominent doctors, prominent accountants, prominent educationists. We used to have people who are prominent in everything that they do. And some of them prominence, then they didn't the ability for possibly travel all over the world, including the Anglophone West African countries them, or African countries them, for impact their knowledge they also will get, either as guest speakers or lecturers, or sometimes we even have some of them in the Gambia that were leading in most of their educational institutions, like they are. Well, Gambia was not too known for colleges or universities because they were all traveling to Sierra Leone to gain university education. Even Liberia also. We used to have a lot of Liberians flying to Sierra Leone to gain educational, the cameras alone for can gain education in our universities, especially for the college. And sometimes in our body home use system, we used to have them at Magorka, Bow School, K School. Almost all the schools they even get boarding home system, they may accommodate people who will come off from the Anglophone West African countries, then Liberia, Gambia, and Nigeria at some points, Ghana. But mostly we get people who will come off Ghana for can teach in a salon. So our education system 30 years ago was well structured because we have influx of professional teachers who were actually teaching students so that they will have the capacity to become who they want to be in their various different careers. But I want to read a quote where this quote, now the quote where UNESCO put up now the website, and the quote says, "Today on World Teachers Day, we celebrate the critical role of teachers in transforming learners' potential by ensuring they have the tools they need to take responsibility for themselves, for others, and for the planet. We call on countries to ensure that teachers are trusted and recognized as knowledge producers, reflective practitioners, and policy partners." Right. When you look at this message where UNESCO puts on the website for International Teachers Day today, it means a lot. When I say it means a lot, they put or they place special emphasis on teachers and their role to society. And one of these roles is about transforming learners' potential. How do you transform learners' potential? Like I was saying earlier on, we look at the way how teachers they impact we because of the potential we we get in the various different capacities. I don't think anybody is born a fool. It's either you've been cried down to be a fool and you accept it, or you are negligent about making anything meaningful for your life not to be deemed as a fool. But for as long as you believe, say, you're not a fool, you have the potential, you have an amount of capacity to make meaningful things for yourself as a person. That's now one of the essence in responsibility we this particular day means to teachers. And you role with them for play towards the people in way they want for impact in their lives then. Also, by ensuring they have the tools they need to take responsibility for themselves. What are the tools that they need? And what are the tools that teachers are going to impact in your lives that will make you take responsibility for yourself as a person? Again, like I said earlier on, if you don't have the educational skills to learn and become a lawyer, a doctor, a scientist, an engineer, an accountant, then you still have some amount of responsibility for yourself in some skilled trade when a teacher therefore impacts that knowledge in you. Now we talk about skills trade as well right now. It not necessarily means say you need forget a teacher who they teach you a trade, we possibly graduate from a university, known or unknown university, but we will also realize say we have people who have skills, people in Sierra Leone. We get vast knowledge and experience in vocational studies like tailoring, carpentry, plumbing, engineering, like a fitter, what they call fitter, masoning, what they call mason, the way they build hosts. So we have these skilled, trained men with massive experience. We're going to tell you, say, this is what you need to have. This should be your capacity if you want to become a tailor. You should be able to deal with measurements. You should be able to add figures. You should be able to know the basic, and they'll be able to teach you that basic skills. And that basic skills is what you will use as a tool to take responsibility for yourself as an individual. So these are all skills being put across to teachers that they will use to impact the lives of people. It also says that we call on countries to ensure that teachers are trusted and recognized as knowledge producers. Think about that. Emphasis. We are calling on countries to ensure that teachers are trusted, and recognized as knowledge producers. Trusted and recognized as knowledge producers. Do we have that same value for teachers in Sierra Leone as we speak? Do we have that same values for teachers in Sierra Leone maybe 20 years down the line? Do we have that same values and trust for teachers to actually impact knowledge on us? Do we actually have that value and trust for them to do that? If we do, is that the product of what we're seeing today in Sierra Leone? If we don't, is that the reality of what is happening today in Sierra Leone? So we have to think about the structures of what we have surrounding teachers in Sierra Leone. We have to think about the knowledge, the trust that we place on them. Otherwise, do we believe in the knowledge that they are going to produce? Because the knowledge that they are going to produce is us. We become their knowledge, because whatever they impact in us is what we're going to deliver as what we've learned. Is it the same that we see today in Sierra Leone? Look, we ask ourselves that question there. Because the reason why I emphasize on some of them things that also what they talk about right now today as International Day for Teachers, now because of the amount of value we place on teachers. Do we value them? Do we trust them enough? Do we recognize them? Do we believe in the knowledge that they will produce on us? That knowledge, is that a reflective knowledge that we will see? And it not just left there, it also make mention, say, these are the people who also should be responsible as policy partners. This is key. Policy partners. What policy? Policy partners in what? Is it just making the policy, or people that have the experience to actually make the policy? Because if you don't have the experience to make the policy, it means we are putting the wrong policies in place. Because policies are meant to be put together by people who possibly have understood the system, so they know what is failing the system. Then they will be able to fix it with the policies that they're going to put in place. Do we trust our teachers enough to be part of that policy making team? And how do we rely on them? How do we trust them? How can we empower them? Do you think we have empowered them enough to sit on the table and help to design those policies when it comes to education? These are some of the questions we should be asking ourselves, because sometimes we say these things, we see them on paper, it's there in an archive or storage, but what we don't know is the effect of it. Is it effective enough? Is it making any change? If it does make any change, is it going to be a short-term, mid-term, or long-term change? What is going to be the benefit of that change? Is the benefit of that change going to be an immediate impact on education in Sierra Leone? Or we have to wait for that impact to grow? Are we looking at what generation? The now generation, the next generation, or the generation of our great-grandkids? So we have to be really considerate about the role of teachers in any society. Because if we don't put premium on them, it means we lack that vision for the education that we so desire to be successful. Femi, let's bring you come in quick into this and make us see what you go on for say on this, because I have a data that I have to talk about later on quickly. But go on, make I just give you something we said go work much on, and with what I don't say so far for the International Teachers Day. Over to you.
Yeah, Tibo, thank you. I don't know where do we start. I get a question for you, but I keep on first. But first of all, I wanna give I want to give thanks to teachers. I can name some of my own teachers that will teach me. Who I come out this side of the world. I go salon back. I go college school. And I get Mrs. Coker and Mrs. Davis. They will teach me in a school day. I go grammar school. I get obviously Lashite was one of our favorites. We get one man who been called El Condo Lisk, Mr. Lisk. Then Tibo, if you whistle near a problem. We get Mami Bondus. Hey gosh, I don't remember Mami Bondus in name, but then grammar school, but they are just then go help me. We get Mrs. Smythe, Miss Godwin. Plenty teacher them, man. They teacher are so really and truly. I think say for me they help shape me future. And not just me future, me present as well. And the last few years I go say me past, because they put certain things in me where literally anytime I go I'll sing their praises. I can't do school in England. I get some other wonderful teacher them. One of them, Mr. Williams, he don't pass now. He was a Scottish man. We, teach me. I think say he indoctrinates me into the Labour Party, and he tell me the reason why, as an immigrant, I supposed to be proud of what Labour stand for. And then telling Margaret Thatcher been the ring. And he said to me once that a foreigner no go be prime minister in this country just now. This is said to me in the 80s. And soon after that, I don't left school, and Gordon Brown been the stand for for prime minister. And I called him. I asked him if you remember what he told me. Say yes, I say he still believes say England no ready for a foreign prime minister. And if we look through history up to today, we don't believe now say that man was really, really and truly right. England today, 30-something years later, are still not ready for a foreign prime minister. But I say I want to thank all the one that will teach me, we give me knowledge. And when I talk about the Scottish man, say if we get one man na grammar school, we get a Scottish name. I know we forget to actually ask him if he's Scottish, and he flagged me because I asked him that question. He be named Mr. McEwen. So Mr. McEwen said teach me in grammar school. Then we get Vava George as well. Then we get Mr. Thompson who teach we technical drawing. I remember them like it was yesterday. As I say, my school days were the best. They flagged me Boku, but still when I look back at my school days, I get nothing but joy for which I go through.
Well, for me that's great. I think say you don't name few of your teachers the way you feel say played a great role in making you who you are today. I go name a few from my side. We've been get one teacher now, Kono, where they call Mr. Bandakara. He was, I think he did teach literature, but he was very good. And we also get Mr. Sole, Bamusa Sole. I think he's now in the States. And again, instead of literature teacher, a very good producer. Back in the days, you might be thinking, what does he really do as a literature teacher? Because he was actually dramatizing. Macbeth, one of the worst books there were. I hate Shakespeare anyway. But that man, they go teach you Shakespeare. He go make you lick the book. Merchant of Venice, Macbeth, and the rest. I never liked those books. I don't really read them. I hate them. But I just like his demonstration when he is in class. And he also gets them book the way he make you always live for remember. Mariam Abaso longer later, and a few more others. The Wolensoinka's epic, and then you get the Chino Achebe epic them as well. So these are teachers that I remember because of what they were doing. And one of the most that I remember most was the Ghanaian teacher, we then call Mr. Bonsu, that been Ghana man, we've been in a salon. He lived there for possibly almost 30 years or 20 years before he actually taught me at the Kenema Government Secondary School. And he may get one same way be the same class, like we don't make problem, they cost you. Sararadina Desai Ahmed. But I don't even know what that is. But anyway, that are some of the memories the way I get. But I was a pure science student, but my physics teacher, Nakenema, I hated sciences. For some reason, I did not like it. And I begin hate sciences. But anyway, that's now history. There will be Mr. Kuruma, him now be another wicked one. There you get the Left-Hand Davis. Left-Hand Davis now been cathedral. That one day be the beat. Wonderful. Left-Hand Davis, where you see you come late na the assembly, no so number you. And they begin beating for me, foot take up na you. And when they beat, you're not going to even know how many lashes you don't give. It was just too wicked. They will be getting one at Kenema. No, yes, Kenema or KSS. Either Kenema or Kono. Will be the column picking polo. Back in the days, I was very troublesome. I cannot lie. we would actually taunt teachers them. Now, I talk about me in-law, when I be one of the teachers, then will be the highest because now be me, auntie Iman. May he so rest in peace. We actually be the highest number, and the way can I was to with the money of the tiffin so to go hide them all. This was like many mischievous games that we were playing in school. Some teacher in the way the kind of class and 10 way kind of class, me to don't cartoon, but I was a cartoonist as well. So basically, my days in school was a troublesome one. Possibly all the teachers then even in my class, Mr. Bigman. I was not just smart. I've been there among the smartest people in class, but also I've been troublesome. But I want to say thank you to the teacher. They will help for make me for like be what I be so, and definitely we're not gonna forget them. Like I don't begin call their name there. So there are a few more people out there with something I don't remember. But I want to say thank you for all your hard work, for all the things that you've done towards my education, and when I make her feel like for say my passion right now was something that I had since I was a child, and some of them give me the courage for continue. Some of them say to me, why do you want to be an artist? Why do you like to draw? Why do you like to do things like that? Because I always want to be a creative person. That's why I decided to do engineering, because I want to build bridges, I want to build houses, I want to construct stuff. And that not done it so sometimes I will end my career day. But anyway, that now food for thought. But that now just the impact we I feel say me teacher them creates in my life. I loved technical drawing. I was doing those drawings possibly without all the necessary tools then we have been supposed to get. And I was introduced to technical drawing in my mid-year in secondary school, because it was something like I really do in my early years, because we did not have that faculty when I was in Kenema. But when I went to Kono, funny enough, it was there. So I had a lot of change in my education, and because of the movement in the provincial towns make me able to forget the changes. Then I started off with pure sciences, went into mixed science and commercial. Can you imagine, I even do agriculture on Freetown, but I don't know if I even do me agriculture practical. But a lot of stuff then they will happen with me whilst I was in school. And where I come, Amadia, now there I can get more of the experience with the teachers there. We now one of the most popular teachers in our salon, and head teacher, MP Bio. Again, he was a charismatic man. Kemosi said, all me the teach didn't tell me. I went through a lot because I saw so many things that changes over the years in my eyes. And looking back and then thinking of all those people who were like my teachers then, who were like people who we went to school together and now doing different things. It makes me feel like, wow, we've gone through a huge timeline that very few people will be able to be proud of, because most of them possibly have passed away. Most of them are still around but living a quiet life. Most of them are not able to achieve as much as they can. But at least we still have that sort of relationship. And my alma maters are all going on strong. When I say going on strong, they're all going on strong. We still have active men working alongside it, although I am not that much active, but I'm bringing my own contribution. Because that's the knowledge of what we've learned. We've learned to come together and make things work. Not the Sierra Leone that we see today, where education is more or less something of an opportunity for very few. Back in the days, it used to be an opportunity for all. As long as you have the knowledge, you can deliver the knowledge, you can demonstrate your skills in anything that you can do so far, your education will be paramount. Scholarships were given. without no discrimination. Teachers were making recommendations for students to be given scholarship from the day they walked into that class, because they know that this child is somebody and this child has the potential. So most of the people that we see today, who are doctors, lawyers, people who are in leading positions in Sierra Leone and out of Sierra Leone, were recommended by teachers who definitely believe in them and know for sure that they have the potential to become people of society. So look, we say thank you to teachers then for all the hard work they do to we. But today, I want to give a special thank you to a prominent woman who I feel say don't serve in the teaching field for that long. This woman, what they can call. If you know anything about her, please reach out to us, because we might like to speak to her on a one-to-one anytime soon. This person now, the former principal of the Annie Walsh Memorial Secondary School, Ophelia Robinson, Mrs. He actually gets 35 years experience in the teaching field. And can you imagine that? So it shows that over 3.5 decades, this woman has dedicated her life to teaching. When she finished her university studies at the FPC, she always wanted to teach, and she applied at the Prince of Wales, where he did for 19 years. And guess what? Dramatically. Femi, you remember our last week's show, we talked about education. We talk about when they can say computer age. Computer don't skip your name. So they're not they pay you this month. You remember that story we were talking?
Yes, but I go forget. Unaboku Toki and Juma.
Do you really believe that that was not a story, it is fact? It is a sad fact. And the sad fact now, one of the facts that we Mrs. Robinson expressed. Say when it been there.
Morrison T-boy.
It is Morrison. Okay. When he been then a PO as a teacher, after in very first few years, one day he just showed up no more as a young woman, I think just giving birth or so. Now they didn't tell her and say, hey, Ophelia, welcome to the new computer age. Computer skip your name, so you not get salary in this month. But if you just a one-off no more, until the thing go on for 5 months, and they tell you, I say, well, I have to quit teaching. And that was the only time where he say he feels safe even for quit teaching. But she didn't. So teaching then for this particular woman was not just about money. And during the challenging days where we get the war, then you realize, okay, we need to add more schools into the system because we have overcrowded Freetown. We need to do something about it. So the Minister of Education decided to open more schools, and she was selected to one of the schools and lead, became a head. When at the then Vine Memorial, when at the Cummins John Secondary School. If you I don't know. So basically, it don't do a lot within education, and then it end up now finally now Annie Walsh way in career. So these are the kind of people, and I will talk earlier on about the goal of teachers, international teachers. They working at some of the mandates of some of the things that we then feel say they can deliver for make education different, for make we able to get better products in education policy. I don't understand why a woman like this will be in Sierra Leone with 35 years of teaching and managerial experience. I don't know what role she's playing in education, in the Ministry of Education. I don't know what is her contribution. I don't know whether she is involved in policy making. I don't know whether she has played any role whatsoever, or whether she has been approached by any government within the past couple of years. I would say within the past 10 years, because by then she has 25 years experience in the teaching field. Now that she has retired, what role is she going to play in education? Is she just going to sit by and just look at the education that we have going down the drain with all the knowledge and experience that she has? I beg, please, Madam Ophelia, if that was what you want to do, and you feel to say you don't tire, you want to retire, you want to take a break, please that we just involved in the policy making, because your experience cannot be bought. But your experience will make a great difference in making sure that the education system possibly come back on the mainstream of what Unado used for do 35 years ago. Because if we lose Una all by not playing active role in making education the theme of the day in Sierra Leone, then hope for education as alone they go down the drain. Because when you have half-baked people within the educational sector that are making policies, that are putting together the Bible of what education should be like in Sierra Leone with no experience, no teaching experience, no value for education. Some of them have bought their education under the mango tree. Are we really serious? Is this the education that we're going to allow to happen in Sierra Leone for the next 10 to 15 years to come? I will close this program by talking about the statistics that I saw at the Ministry of Education website. Specifically, I went into that particular website to see what has been put in place for teachers, as today is International Teachers' Day. And I was amazed with what I saw. Amazed for a few things. One, it was about collecting data and statistics so that we'll be able to make the right policies. Like I said, we get people and we get vast experience. We don't know the transition of education. 30 years down the line, 35 years down the line, 20 years down the line, 10 years down the line. They went through the right teaching curriculum for them to be qualified teachers in Sierra Leone. Not just that, but they have managed to put together, to revamp the educational faculty of certain schools in Sierra Leone, and they still maintain the value of education right up to date. I see no reason why these people are not involved in putting together the right policy of education in Sierra Leone, because they have it all. So let us not begin think negligently. They say, well, okay, then people also don't old. Knowledge cannot be bought. You cannot pay for knowledge. You can't pay for experience. So they not just get the knowledge, they have the experience and they have executed it. They have brought in new policies into their own system that has worked. So we got to begin to think carefully about the people who they put forward for lead we in education. Are they the right people to lead us in education? Are they leading us in education because they love to be educationists, or they love to be teachers, or they love to implement things that will be beneficial to the people of Sierra Leone or the younger generation of Sierra Leone? Or they're just there to collect the $1 million contract, to collect the $1 million funding and embezzle it, or put it in their own pockets, or utilize it in their own ways? Now the people in this way we want for make them lead with education, and we go and say we education rubbish. Now results na income also. People were giving grades for subject that they did not take. Can you imagine that? And then we are boastfully saying this is one of the best results, with 77% increment in the pass rate from 4%. 71% on top of what we already had last year. Are we serious about the education that we so-called is a new direction education and quality education? I beg, let's think properly. Because we are using the word innovative education. Innovators, we they innovate, we they create, we they establish things there, we they collect database. But the database we didn't collect cannot be broken down. Never been explained to us. It is an article sitting at the website. Nobody will have time to read that because it is about 100 and something or 200 pages big. If you don't have no interest in education, you will not have time to read that document. And even when you do read the document, it will not lead you to any conclusion other than document being put together, statistics on one graph, statistics on another, tally of tables, rows of numbers, not with a conclusion. So the essence of the documents, myself, as somebody who possibly have some amount of knowledge, not plenty, some amount of knowledge, will I use that as a policy when even the data to put that policy together is questionable? I'll give you a rough reason why I'm saying that. Okay, on the website, it was something to do with teachers as change agents. So they did a classroom research in Sierra Leone for secondary schools, right? And these are the amount of representation in the provincial towns. So I will give you the numbers of representation and the numbers of schools that participated in this particular data collection that they can use to put together policies that will be effective to make a change in the quality education that we're supposed to have in Sierra Leone. In Bond districts, you have 19 representation, 19 in Bond district. I want us to think about the size of this particular district, the amount of representation, and the amount of schools that are being used. I might not give you I'll give you the exact number, but you might not be able to remember all of them. But I'll come back to anyone that I have any kind of question that I might want to raise. Okay, Bond districts, we have 19 participants in person, and then we have 11 schools that participated in this particular data. Both districts have 16 participants in person and 9 schools in both districts. Bombali districts, you have 8 participants in person and 4 schools in Bombali districts. Falaba district, you have 6 participants in person, and then you have no schools represented in Falaba district. In Kailan district, you have 16 participants and 9 schools in Kailan district. Gambia, you have 14 participants and 6 schools. Karina district, you have 9 participants and 6 schools. Kenema district, you have 18 participants and 6 schools. Koinadugu, you have 13 participants and 7 schools. Kono district, you have 13 participants and 8 schools. Moyamba district, you have 13 participants and 6 schools. Utloko, you have 17 participants and 5 schools. Pujaun, you have 12 participants and 7 schools. Tonkolili, you have 20 participants, no schools. Western Rural, you have 12 participants, no schools. Western Urban, you have 15 participants and no schools. So basically, we have 4 specific districts that are not represented by schools. One of those districts are Falaba districts, Tonkolili, Western Rural, and Western Urban. But what wasn't mentioned on this particular data, now the facts say, they not tell we why then choose them schools there specifically, or they not tell we why they choose them particular amount of representation there so, now then particular district there so. We don't know whether it's based on the size of the district. We don't know whether it's based on the amount of schools in that district. We don't know whether it's based on whatever it might be. But it wasn't explained. It's just the data. So now my question is, why would you conduct a survey collecting data? For example, Western Rural, you have 12 participants. Western Rural and Western Urban put together are one of the most congested places in Sierra Leone. Okay, but you only have 12 participants and no schools. No schools was selected in the entire Western area for this particular survey. So, why was that? Okay, no schools also was selected in the entire Western Urban for this particular survey. Why was that? And this is a survey for teachers, for make teachers then evaluate the essence of learning and the tools that they can use for making learning easier in these whole areas that they've covered, and put a data together that they can use to make policies. But they've omitted 4 major areas, 4, by not using no schools in those 4 major areas. So what were the representatives doing? Where did they go? How do they put their data together? What schools did they go? How do they how they manage to evaluate the data we then collect? And how then collect the data? And who side then collect the data? Because when you put together 20 people in Tonkolili, and then you not put no schools, what did they do? Femi, can I bring you in? Because I'm confused.
Okay. So you don't confuse me, so make I not like you. But I will ask you one question before. So okay. I think this is the appropriate time for me to ask you the question. T-boy, you ready, eh?
I'm ready.
Okay. So who they talk about then teachers, so they clap for them? I will ask, who that teach politician number?
Not teachers.
Because really and truly, that's how I know. Who that teach them politician there? So because really, anyway.
Good question. Because for answer your question, to be straightforward, that teachers then teach politicians then. But politicians in Sierra Leone are not taught politics. That's the difference. And politics in Sierra Leone, I don't think whether it's a topic. And most of our politicians are either lawyers or doctors to claim, not doctors as medical doctors, but doctors in their various capacities, or they are media practitioners who twist to become politicians. I'm not going to do that anyway. So Femi, I hope you should not do that deal. So not that. Or businessmen who chooses to be politicians. So I don't really think politics is being taught in Sierra Leone as a curriculum. I don't know. Is it? Because they do government, literature, and English. So basically, they end up to be either linguistics or they end up to be lawyers or administrative heads. So what do you think?
You see, you know, answer me question. No. Listen to me question. I say, who that teach politician? They are not say them teacher history, whatever subject they talk about. Because right now we been a praise teacher then say they don't impact good knowledge. Now we eat. As far as me concerned, if not the politician then a bad knowledge and then the impact na they, because then guys really and truly they not do nothing good for we. But anyway, Juma not there. But ask them about in teacher we teacher na school.
One point teacher na school in government.
Yeah, na boy ask them about. So T-boy, who that teach Juma na school ba? May not be you.
Well, Femi, it's sad to say. What do you make I say it's sad to say? Now, because some of the people in governance right now are teachers themselves. They were teachers themselves. Some of them were lecturers. We're supposed to don't teach now higher learning institutions. What has changed their morals of understanding of what is called discipline and being professional? I don't understand that. So when I looked at this data and look at the statistics with it alongside this data, I am still surprised how you go conduct a survey and you get 15 people in for conduct this survey and you not tell me who side and conduct the survey. But then go give you a report for the survey. And what in the reports go do to that particular area they will then cover? Good or bad? Femi, you tell me. Because I can't give you survey for make you go put together a data collection well, nowhere. So what you come back with?
T-boy, statistics can be interpreted in different ways then. If them people are so ready for get a statistics for proving certain points, they go do that day, and then go overlook the one them we go show them in bad light. So we know what's happening by this whole result. The education system was the flagship program, and they may need for sure see then they achieve, and then do as the pines have been on say. Is see what you say, Indo achieve from A to Z and beyond. And beyond Z. So, you get for proof, say, USA they put all the money where then the state said and they put, reward don't begin come off from there. For me, I always think, say, if they're ready for put money into education, it's a good thing. But I think, say, they know, they don't do the feasibility studies and right. The areas they with them for don't tackle apart from the school fee. And first and foremost, for make a statement like that day, una for don't go check how many picking they will they get where they go school, how many picking they get where they don't school, almost school then day, so that we know exactly how much money we need. We can't just go talk, say, we provide free education for all. Education for a country like Sierra Leone, where most of the population are below a certain age, and a lot of them they in a school. For make a blanket statement like that, it's a little bit irresponsible when you not get the facts them. So you see the statistics say we say keep statistics against them. So you can use statistics in any way for prove anything, and I think say they put all them statistics out where they get so for just prove say they're doing a good job, but again they left out the one that we go make them look bad.
All right, well, thank you very much, Semi. I think that'll answer my question. So for celebrate the International Teachers Day, we're now the 5th of October today. We want for extend we respect to teachers them again, and we want for extend we respect to all the one them we don't make meaningful contribution as teachers to the lives of Sierra Leoneans them. And currently, I want to say teachers them will not relent. I know say you guys are faced with serious challenges. The struggle with the pay structure for making able to forget a conducive environment within yourself for be able to come to school and teach properly. Because if you not get a stable home, you will not be a stable teacher, because you're always thinking of going home and you don't have food to put on the table for your own family. And if you not get food for putting on the table for your family, you definitely not be able to impact any knowledge in any other person in family, because you worry about what you picking in the 3 canals. You worry about who say they go spend that money for feeding and picking them. So we know for say the challenges they want to face as teachers in a salon, it's plenty. Some of them they teach, una not get pin for make una able to get salary. Well, now I'm not gonna say computer don't miss you anymore. Because back in the days they will put the blame per computer. Now lights not there for process the sleep them. So basically light don't go. So now get for wait, say lights come. And when lights come, the bank they not able to forget the what's not the thing? Oh, the network they down. So now the excuses then that for make them able to pay you as a teacher. Either the network they down, lights no day, or the system they down. And when the system they down, they don't know when the system they resume. So it can be 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Sometimes they go for push pay to the next month because the system still lay down and able to deal with the backlog. So una patient, because if una put premium in the way how una want for teach, I'm not free to say now una duty for go the extra mile or enhance una ability for teach. That's the duty of any government for do. The duty of any government is for make sure say then create an environment where very conducive for una for teach. Then create an environment where get all the basic tools they wanna need for teach. Then create an environment where una go feel comfortable for come and teach. Because without all those environments, we get the luxury, okay, not the luxury, but we get the ability for making able for teach and deliver the best of what you know to the picking them. We'll not be able to forget better education as alone. So now continue for be patient, and continue for believing what they do, and one day, not where we go on pass whilst we are still alive, we'll go see the difference in education. For those that put premium in education, we say they want to change education as alone. But the one they really do them right now, when I think about what they do, when I think about the policies in education, when I think about the teachers they want to use for put them policies there together, when I think about the knowledge they put into the teachers them, for me they're able to go back and pass that knowledge there to the picking them. Because if we not give them the wrong potential, if we not give them the wrong type of ability, if we not train them well, now what's in them sabi them to do. So teachers continue to be patient, and we say respect Sona for the good one they don't do a lot of good work. And we say respect Sona for the one they really struggle with, they still manage to do the best they can. And we say thank you to Sona once more, because education now the key to the success of any nation. Yes, infrastructure and other areas are very important, but you cannot get all those areas to be productive if you not get the backbone of education for drive them for system. So we will left this and we'll come to the other topic of discussion, where now the voters registration really cause a lot of problem in exercising our democratic rights. Now, officially, the voter registration process don't close. And for the fact they don't close, there were so many rumors over the past couple of days for saying they will extend them to 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, whatever the time might be. And there was a leaked document a couple of days ago where say they don't extend the voter registration for 2 days. It was debunked by the authorities in charge, and then later on we realized that yes, it's true, they not extend the voter registration for 2 days. Now, is that 2 days going to be enough? We don't get series of challenges them over the past couple of weeks. Femi, you want to say something? We don't get series of challenges them over the past couple of weeks in regards to voters registration. We don't get series of difficulties them in so many areas them in regards to voters registration. So is 2 days going to be enough to complete the process? We might still have a huge amount of people and we still not register it, especially first-time voters. And again, somebody said something to me a couple of days ago, and coming to realize what the person said to me, now like, you know, actually feel say they don't punish the first-time voters, then we go sit this WAEC or this WAS exam, because we have mandatory subjects in Sierra Leone for you to get access to university, which is math and English. And how on earth Salone not that much good in sciences? That I will say for sure, because we don't have the labs, we don't have the practical tools for enhanced with sciences. How on earth we get massively good grades within the science faculty, and a huge amount of Sierra Leoneans them we take this WAS exam, fail English. A huge amount fail English. How comes? Because I practically think the language in the sciences is more even difficult than the languages in English. I will assume so, because I was a science student myself, and some of the terminologies in the sciences are vocabulary dictionary words for an average English person. You might not know the meaning, the translation, or the way how those words can be used. But how on earth we get a huge amount of failures in English? So what did the person tell me? He said they do this, I don't know, but not just a rumor. It might be a true rumor, but Salona, you need to doubt some rumor them more, you will get some amount of trust in them, because you never know. The rumor says because they no one like a huge amount of students and get access to university, because the university is not equipped that much, or they will not be able to deal with the influx of students they will pass. Like how they say 70% of these students, or 77% of the pass rate of the student then go on for good university. But guess what? They can't. Not all of them can, because 80% of them might not have English. So you see the issue there, you see the question mark there. So if you have 80% of the students that made the grade to university, and then 80% of them, not get English, it means they cannot apply to go to the universities of Sierra Leone. Any universities of Sierra Leone, they will not be able to apply, because they need maths and English as a priority, and any other subjects where you want for go do. So if you get maths, you not get English, you not go. If you get English, you not get math, you not go. But the majority of them get English. Some not even, get maths. Some not even they do sciences themselves. Some man get maths and maths physics. I don't know when last you even see a physics lab, a proper physics lab in Sierra Leone. I don't know. I don't think we have a proper physics lab that is fit for purpose in Sierra Leone, including the universities. If anybody refuses to get a proper physics lab in Sierra Leone, including our universities of Sierra Leone, please send me a picture. Please send me a picture. And now then subject they are so Boku picking and gets B1, A1, A2, B2. Can you imagine? And some of them not even they do their subject and they say. So they send a punishment to them so they all not be able to go to university. They make them get and then get them there. But anyway, how would that affect voter registration? I don't know. Femi, Femi, help me please. I want to know how that they get any link for do with voter registration. Now, like with the punishment or because now I forgot vote we also the big shots we're not going to university next year. What do you think?
You see, you don't move on, they don't come back to this education. They say they recast me, I think.
Yeah, for balance.
Okay, so I don't laugh to somebody send me a message. He say we former presidents as in EBK na been teacher.
Namakini, yes.
Then he say we current president na teacher as well. Na teacher in Kudetad. Not to miss you.
If you get PhD in Kudetad, obviously.
Na so to miss you, na so. Somebody send me the message. So you still get teacher them. But you know, on all seriousness, you know, earlier when you talk something will make sense. We really talk about Madam Morrison, women they teach now annual we do it after 36 years or so. 35 years of teaching. We see why people like that so no hold position or no you know gets the recognition and the position for help change your education system. So now you're talking Tibo about grades. People in the get grade will not even actually attend the classes. Them see if you put then so-called notable teacher there so now then position and you know say they're not able for work under then kind of pressure then they because you're not gonna work for so long, don't make name for yourself, then all of a sudden government official can't tell you say you get for you know do this and do that and do that for make we look good. You go to tarnish your own reputation. So I believe I make most of these so-called prominent teachers them who don't get now we country over the years. After a while they step out of teaching and they don't go back into any government side of things. But it's sad because at the people and we need we understand the profession, we go able to make the right decisions, not just for the pupils them, but for the teacher them. Because if you make the right decision for the schools and the teachers and the education system as a whole, then the picking the way they can they will benefit, and that means to say we country self will benefit. But until you know we get square pegs in round holes making decisions them, so we shouldn't be really expecting much from these people or anything different to it than they do already.
But how long will get for this line wait for this for change then?
Well, you know, let's go back to the registration process. Our leaders aren't prepared, aren't ready for change. They lack waiting well because waiting well and they able eat. That's all it is. Or should I say thief? You know, we all think rubbish. It's easy for hiding them, for thief money, for always go with your hand. They go ask the Western world, say, hey, look we poor people them. Look we uneducated people them. Una give almost million, logo build school them, logo build hospital. If we country gets better, they're not going able to do the incident again. So I think say it's a strategy for keep we country them poor and always they go big. And with them money we then go big them money and if they can't put on the country or for the people then we not go mind. But no, they take most of that money they then put on in their pockets. Then the small change, now they go and can splash in say, you know, calculate don't do something and go paint one school. Then they say, hey, look, the new school don't build, you know, then go pave one bridge. Then they go come put them signposts. They say, hey, look, the bridge road don't make. And that's the thing. But their money then they can't show us they don't do certain things. There's a lot more millions of dollars them we don't, you know, fend them with inside people in pockets where not supposed to be. So for me, this registration process, it's been dealt with this way for ensure say we don't have a change of government. The incumbents then win in 2023. Then it's by all means necessary for ensure they're not coming out power so that they can able to thief more and more and more money.
Wow, so if you say that now one thing we the registration process don't also try for execute, because at the end of the day, is 2 days gonna be enough for continue or for extend the registration process, even though no for say there has been some amounts of bottlenecks in the registration, there has been some amounts of confusion in some of the registration centers them because of the amount of availability of either the staff or the equipment being used. What do you think?
Well, you know, they say Rome wasn't built in a day, and it's true. There's no way this whole theory don't mess up so by this registration system then for fix inside the 2 days extension with dengue. Then self know that, but as I say, they're not interested for fix the problem. They want to frustrate people them to the point that people then give up. Not all man, in certain areas them. In other areas that they see, then they get a big push for get people registered in those areas. Then they get locked down as well in those areas for ensure say people not go work, not go about them businesses, but for go register. But other areas them they don't grant them the opportunity then they. So as I say, it's all a ploy, but we the hope say go backfire na the end. And you know, international bodies will step in and talk say, you know, enough is enough. We need to extend this registration process and give people the opportunity for go register so that they go vote, especially the first time voters them.
Okay, well, we don't see a lot of issues that we don't unfold over the past couple of days, and I apparently the 2 days we did not extend the voter registration for will be on the 6th and the 7th of this month. So basically tomorrow and next tomorrow. And as we see with that process, there is a lot of things happening, and then the way they happen. And I've seen them we don't highlight a lot of concern to many Sierra Leoneans them whether the registration process will continue swiftly within the next couple of days, where they only get 2 days, or is the 2 days going to be enough for the registration process for continue, and how people will be able for do the best they can for register. Do we still have problems with first-time voters? We still get issue them when they register or they're able for register at all? What are some of the challenges that we've been there before? I believe say possibly a lot more has changed in some areas. We are free to say sometimes we don't minimize some of the problems that we've been there. We hope and wish say that is true, and we hope and wish say for the fact say then they extend the time for 2 more days, it will be useful. It will be 2 days where people will get time for go and register. But the most shocking thing is what we see now the fact say the president is travel. So we don't see the president in travel schedule.
In schedule, or do we don't travel, we don't pass? Do we they come or do we don't pass?
In new traveling schedule.
No, I don't say it's.
You don't ever see the president in travel schedule for civilian or for any Southside don't travel going to the one?
I no one they say me, but
okay.
I don't hear you, but decide that we don't go visit.
But you never see in travel plan.
No, I don't think so. I preview. I don't think so. I see them high na the SLPP rankings for me to share that information there with me.
But you never know. You know, say you now the people that we get insiders the power.
Hey, bruh.
No, I just this.
No, we get some man. We get camera inside, so office is there. we go check with them, make them tell we.
No, but actually, some thinking there's some of the information like a cost link you want cost with them. But say, but what kind of bone on? I still feeling my own. Too full. I'm not seeing that myself, and at least we can do right now. So like you want to take and block free and cost free, but guess what? We accept them. Sometimes an abuse can be useful to you. Sometimes an abuse is an abuse, and you possibly don't like it at all. But anyway, I don't know whether this is official, but it might be something that has leaked. I'm not too sure whether it's real. But looking at the document and the president in schedule for a next travel for the next couple of days is dramatic, and it's been specifically geared up to one particular area. You know, say last week we talked about, say, Kenema, they do a lockdown for make they able for register, right? Which will be on a Friday. Apparently they did. Kenema was locked down on Friday and it rains. So basically, it was not a successful registration process because it was raining heavily in Kenema. I am not happy about that. The reason why I'm not happy about that is the fact that we want people to register. Because we want to make everybody feel the rights to be a civil union. And we want to make everybody participate where feel say is capable for participate. And only people then take this like a malice or I am not happy, so for that reason I am not going to register. Because if you choose to do that, you still haven't been able to exercise your rights as a civil union. But if it's a choice that you want to make and you think that is the best choice that you can make for now, it's not okay, but it's okay because it's your own opinion. It's what you think and how you feel. But it will be at the detriment of other civil unions that might want to exercise their rights to participate in the next upcoming election. But if you choose to abstain from that election, it means you have already made a choice. And that choice is going to be either good or bad for you. I know there has been a lot of campaign going on for people to register, especially within the southeastern part of Sierra Leone, and they are reluctantly refusing to register. I don't know the reason why, but I don't think it's a good idea because it might be a good idea at some point, but it is not a good idea politically. Because you want the people of Sierra Leone to be actively involved in making decisions of who is going to be their MP, who is going to be their councillor, who is going to be their mayor, and eventually who is going to be their president. Because if we don't actively involve in this process, it means we are ignoring the essence of why we should participate in politics. We are ignoring the importance for make we able to partake in the political dispensation of how we make our own contribution. We might not be politicians, but we make them politicians. We voted them in. We give them the seats that they use to represent us. So we don't want to hold on to that power and just allow few people to make that decision. Those few people might make the right decision, those few people might make the wrong decision. But if we actively involve, it means the decision that we are going to make will be an overwhelming decision that will be of benefit to a huge amount of Sierra Leoneans. I would say 70% of Sierra Leoneans or 60% of Sierra Leoneans. Then we know for say we have made the right decision. If the decision that we are going to make is to reinstate the president now to have another time in office, fine. We have to live with that. If the decision that we're going to make is to outsit the current president and elect a new leader that is going to lead us, fine. Again, it's a decision that we have to make. And it's a decision that we have to make, and we have to live with that. So I don't see no reason why people for abstain from registration. As far as I'm concerned, I think it's your right. You should exercise it. But anyway, let's go to the documents where I see they make the rounds, where specifically say on the top, working visit of His Excellency the President. I am not sure whether this document is authentic. I am not sure whether this document is an extract of a press release. I am not sure whether this document is being put together by the presidential team, but it gives us a breakdown trip of the president within the next couple of days. The only reason why I make this document go be true if the president actually make them skip the ASO with it on this list. So the trip starts on Tuesday. It's supposed for the go Kailan when the 4th of October when yesterday. And then it come Kailan on the 5th, it go Kenema. And it hold meetings in a Kenema, it hold meetings in a Kailan. Then from Kenema, it go Bo on the 6th. It go Bo, from Bo, it is sleep day. Then it travel for go Pujong on the 6th. And then on a Friday, the 7th, it travel to Tiong, when in village, when along Bont, I think. So it go Tiong, when in village, then it did it for Friday, and then it spend the weekend at Tiong, then it return back to Freetown on Sunday. If at all this document is correct, it means a lot. And one of the reasons why I say this, if this document is correct, it means a lot. It looks like, I'm not sure, it depends now on what we get for say the president do on all lentils they are. So maybe he's holding a public meeting or private meetings. But why? He's the president of Sierra Leone. Anything we do, supposed to know. Should not be in hiding, should not be in secret. I mean, if you go all over the world, it tell you say if you go all over the world for go change the image of Sierra Leone, why are you going to the southern part of Sierra Leone? What's the purpose? Don't we have the rights to know as Sierra Leoneans? Is it not our duty to ask questions? What is the president going to do in all those provincial towns for the next 3 days? Why are you going there? Femi, now let's come to the documents. Let's say this document is true. What do you think? What do you think might be the purpose of the president's visit to the southeast of Sierra Leone?
Tibo, I think say they go campaign.
Right now. They go campaign?
Yeah.
Campaign for what? For registration or campaign?
Both. Yeah, for go push the for try for push the people them for go register. And then for the election. Personally, I think say he has not been the president of Sierra Leone. Because after I win the election, if I don't concentrate for for build certain things them in Sierra Leone. But I believe or my own perspective is that the president spent in one of first time the campaign. From where he win the election, till now is still the campaign.
I agree.
And that's half the problem we Sierra Leone get. Instead of that time they don't take for actually, govern the country and rule the country. He spent that time campaigning, and when he's not campaigning, his wife's campaigning, and when they're not campaigning, they're traveling out to the country. They go on luxury holidays them within the claim business trips them or trips or diplomatic trips them for go bring developments kind of salon. But we're not seeing one development or camp or land trip here, so we don't go. So really and truly, for me, they're just using the country's money, the taxpayers' money, the money where they come on, we go natural resources them, instead of them puts their money then they back into the country and build or plant. Because when you plant the seeds them, you could grow something. They talk about in agriculture, but if you use all the millions of dollars and they would use for travel, for per diem to hotels, to booking private jets, then for go tell how do, for go congratulate, for go begging, for go dance on TikTok and do other things. If they use all their money then they and put them back into plant them back into the economy. We state of economy not go do this the way it is so right now. We hospital they not go do the way they this so right now. We schools them not go do the way they this so right now. I bet you anything if you ask them for me them pull statistics them and data of waiting and don't do with them money then we don't get for this free education from donors, they're not going to able answer your question. And if they do that, they now falsified information and they will give.
Well, thank you very much for that breakdown there. I believe definitely my suspicion is yes, maybe he's traveling to the provinces for go one campaign for registration. But that will raise a lot of concern because it means are people not registering within the southern part of Sierra Leone? And if they're not, why? What are they rebelling against? Why are they refusing to register? What's it make them get this reluctant attitude of not registering? Is it because they don't want to participate in the election? Is it because they think that the president hasn't served them well? Is it because they think they haven't been or they've been marginalized by the government? They must have a reason why they are refusing to register. And if you see the person, they take a 3 or 4 days trip to the province, to the southern part and eastern part of Sierra Leone, specifically, then particular areas, and also Kenema, Kailong, Bo, Pujeong, and Bont, we're supposed to be the stronghold in terms of political dispensation of our non-shaped salon, then we should be concerned. So my most concern is the fact that people there in that particular region in our salon, they refuse to register. Why? Because if you don't know the reason why, you might be thinking otherwise. Are they bold enough to come out and say why they're not interested in registering? Then get born for people to that. The First Lady, the President in cabinet ministers, the President in representative in those particular provinces. What is their problem? What is their concern? We get to know. Because much hasn't been said about why they're not registering. But it don't become a public thing now for make we know for say, then they refuse to register. And we only got 2 more days for registration. So that 2 days of registration, is it going to be enough to get them to register? I mean, a few days ago, the president made a speech in Mende, sent a message in Mende. Go on, Femi.
Yeah, I think it's a sad thing they're not the register.
Yeah.
You know, if you not register, you're giving your votes to the people we happy with. That's the general consensus. So if I'm not happy with how thing they right now, but I not register, that means I can't vote. That means I can't vote. Same people are also out. I think a lot of people, especially young people, are not happy with the way politics is, and something they register with thinking wait till they go waste me time they go kill another line for nothing not get for change. And that's what that mentality they now for try for change. We need people for register, for go cast and vote. If you truly believe President Bio don't do well for the country and for Una in particular. So now look at Una own life them. If Una think it don't do well for Una and Una better off under Ram, I beg Una go register the Una vote for Ram. But if Una truly believe he not do as he promise. But cutting in the way he not don't do, and not to say because he not get the capacity for Duam, that because he not get the heart for Duam, Una go vote, Una go register, then Una vote and Una vote am out. Una no vex left. Because when you vex left, you dey vote for the incumbent for stay in power. Or if you want to make it stay in power, we vex left, you dey vote for the opposition for coming. So exercise your vote. And for make you able to do so, you get for register. So me are happy say they go register. But as I said just not T-Boy, he hasn't been the president of Sierra Leone. Even when the Mboku travel, also where they travel come abroad, not ever. I mean, please correct me if I'm wrong, but the country are there and the other country are the watch. I not ever see it go and get a town hall meeting with the people of Sierra Leone na that region there. Anything and go and then make party, it's either for the GMB or for SLPP. It's never at the camp for can't talk to Sierra Leoneans. And that's the problem. If we as Sierra Leoneans are contributing to our country and we contribute to with the help government, with the diaspora, with the help government for do them work, I think we then come at least inside 4 years, then for don't address at least the major cities around the world, outside Sierra Leone and Sendi. Not to where then go make dance or dinner for their own faction no more. because you're not the president of SLPP, you're not the president of Paupa, you're not the president of Bond, of Bo, of Kenema, you're the president of Sierra Leone and of Sierra Leoneans. So, as Namika say, I think he's always been in campaign mode, in Daddy Don't Stop, and I think you get for go learn. If you get forget another term, you get for go learn truly how to engage the people of Sierra Leone better.
Well, I totally agree with you, and as of date, I not know or hear of any town hall meeting by the president for the people of Sierra Leone to diaspora. And also, I don't know and hear of any town hall meeting where it don't hold for the people of any region where it don't go, we not get political or tribal link. So for sure, we not get something for do with development. It's just the fact, okay, there's an issue here, they can't talk to me community people holding at this particular part of Sierra Leone. Without not going there to launch anything, without not going there to open anything or sign anything or just go on a campaign mode. But I totally agree with you, say this current government don't be on a campaign mode from 2018. Right up to date, they're still on a campaign mode. But again, we might not know what's not the purpose, but we just anticipate, but we will follow up and see exactly what's not the outcome of the visit, then it'll go make in various towns there, so we don't start from yesterday. So in the meantime, I think registration is still paramount, so if you have room registered, please try and register, because it's very important, you get to make use of the next 2 days that we don't left, we're not tomorrow and next tomorrow, the 7th and the 6th and the 7th, I think, yes. 6th and the 7th, we now the 2 most important days then we neck Sierra Leone Electoral Commission don't put for the registration process for complete. So if we not register by tomorrow and the 7th, it means we will not have the opportunity to vote. I know say a lot of people from the diaspora haven't been able to go and register, and also a lot more might have been able to go and register. But if you're not in Sierra Leone right now, I don't know what's the possibility for you to get to Freetown by tomorrow and register on the 7th. Otherwise, you not have the right to vote come 2023 election. But if you're alone, I did please ask you and please plead on all behalf for say go register, because it's very important for register. If you decide now from now on to June election date and you choose to want to go vote, maybe sometime at least you go for another decision because you already don't register. But if you not register, then you change your mind, say, well, okay, you want to go vote because you feel aggrieved of something, then you've lost that opportunity because you failed to register. So if you did Freetown, you did Kenema, you did Kono, you did Bo, you did Makeni, you did Kabala, you did Moemba, you go Kono Dugu, you go Pujong, you did Bo, or Bont, I forgot register. Because it's very important for me to register and exercise your voting rights come June 2023. All right, so we move on. Femi, you want to add anything to that, or look, we'll move on to the next topic. Today, the floor final, we look there now smooth path, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
I know the answer. If I want to add anything, so as I say, it's imperative that we register. But T-Boy, I know say we want to go register, but we not get the opportunity. Like Bokoda diaspora and Sem. We know some we go, then frustrate them, then come back, then they register. Some go, then don't register. We the hope say one day the government of Sierra Leone go give we the Sierra Leone and say we live abroad, but we the help the country in various different ways them the opportunity for choose we leaders them. We will continue the big them for that. But we were not able to go. We were not able to register. We were not able to vote. What we need for do? Because we get what's the word? We get the opportunity because people in the yes then did so we. Then and I talk about me, you and Juma within at this platform. I talk about a lot of diaspora and them where they help back home. We all get communities them we win like a king day because we provide people them with school fees, all will get free education. we sleep, we dey pay rent, we dey pay exam fees. Because always you get free education, people then still get for buy book, people then still get for go pay for sit exam. So they do all and they will provide healthcare. We are the NHS of Sierra Leone. When auntie, uncle, mama, papa, pikin, and even when the owners are be sick, then call we dey send we hard earned money for me then go treat them. So we will get that influence tape and people in Sierra Leone and we not get the chance for go register. I am saying what we for do now for make sure say we tell we people them how for vote or encourage them not for sit down house, go register, go vote and go vote right. I'm not saying whose direction and for vote if not the wrong or the right direction. But all I know say that new direction with them promise we not to that direction they will for vote for because that new direction they don't mean nothing to we know.
So that new direction you know the lead to say one way.
T-boy, you know then he say be careful for what you wish for. Yeah. You know a lot of Sierra Leoneans been wish the government for change, then say the previous APC government not try, and in many ways then they were right. Yeah. Or we were right in many ways. But guess what? We wish for change. The change we can meet with now, 90 so. So sometimes
we wish for anyway.
Well, we wish for change. So now make we for take them where they wish for change. They will specifically say they can change where we want. Not to just for say we want change.
Since we don't get to the end of registration.
Yes. So again, my last thing on this today is I think say the 7 and the 8th now the other days them. Today na the 5th. Today they can join now till they get for be the 6th. So I don't know if then the 6th then they register or if they just don't stop
the 6th and the 7th.
No, I think say the date is 7 and 8 so anyway, whatever the date is, people please, if una day song, if una day inside salon, una go to line and una go register so una get the opportunity for vote. Because me I not say 2023 I do not want the same regime in power.
All right, thank you very much, Femi. You there again from Femi. So go register and vote, so you can get access for votes 2023 election, and you get in next 2 days for do that. I think it's the 6th and the 7th. Otherwise, it's the 7th and the 8th. But if you are in Freetown, definitely you should know exactly when the registration process they continue for the next 2 days. And if you're in the diaspora, I think if you fly for go Freetown from tomorrow, if you want to get any access for votes, and make sure you register. Okay, well, we move on. The registration process therefore continue, and we will highlight some more details of after the registration process is complete. By next week, they'll be able to get possibly the data we then will make available to us, whether it will be the legitimate data or the data for data's sake. But we will still get some kind of statistical collection of the summary of the registration, and we will discuss that next week on the next program. But we move on. As we move on swiftly, we can out to another topic of discussion. We don't create a lot of hoo-ha for the Mayor of Freetown. Mayor Akinsanya Femi, this is one of your favorites. I know say I want to be biased a little bit, but I'm not going to be biased because the reason I don't want to be biased that because we all don't see the good works of the Mayor of Freetown, regardless of in political alignment with APC. It possibly might not have nothing to do with some of the work they really do right now, because APC is not in power to give her that sort of financial support for the things they really execute. But we don't see the length at which they take part in competitions them all over the world. We get for do with mayors, the way they represent different cities. We don't see a lot of what they do for change the atmosphere and change the dynamics of what in Freetown municipality look like. We don't see a lot of what they do for introduce the use of renewable energy by using waste in form of energy in a salon. We don't see the other one now. We are not too sure. Now the cable car. We that the Freetown cable car that 9 million mix. The reason being, I don't know which part of Freetown the cable car will work, but if the cable car be something of a thing for make it be effective in salon, the most appropriate side where I feel say it will be effective na the coastal line of Freetown. Meaning, if they build something where they get cable car ride, maybe from Aberdeen by Bintumani or Aberdeen by Lagunda, possibly right across to maybe number 2, if that is possible, maybe, just maybe, it will work. If not just the lonely area self no more, then put them for kind of commute people from one end of the beach to the other end of the beach. Again, maybe it will work. If it is just along that area for just create a means of extra income coming into the city of Freetown, maybe it will work as well. But the possibility of having a cable car in the middle of the city, in some parts of the city, that is something that I think will be possible, yes. But I don't know how soon can that be possible. But anyway, with all the developmental strides and way the mayor don't do, Mayor Akinsoya, within the past 4 years of in reign as Mayor of Freetown, who should actually have physical control of the running affairs of Freetown? And what sort of respect will this current administration don't give the mayor will they serve under their administration? Which kind of premium value they don't place towards the work and activities of the mayor towards Freetown municipality? And we don't see over the years where he take over office the amount of abuse and challenges the way don't face. They don't push them, they don't shove them. At some point, they don't slap them. But I haven't seen that. But yes, they say they don't slap them to the extent that they don't fracture in hand. They don't stop them from using her office. They don't call them boa bise. They don't do so many things then we could possibly upset them for making able for doing duties as the mayor of Freetown. But reluctantly, she is still doing everything in her power for make sure say he executes in duties them as the mayor of Freetown, regardless all the challenges that also really happen. At some point in our history over the past couple of years, for the first time, they appoint a sitting minister for Western area. That has never happened in the history of Sierra Leone, just for make the mayor in position irrelevant. But yet still, that hasn't made any difference. We have seen challenges the way ministers of local governments don't make against the mayor now in office, now in place of work, and where they executing duties them. We don't see things the way the mayor for do. This current government don't take an eye and physically, aggressively, and hand them over to a different entity where operates within Freetown municipality, where the mayor in right and duty for take care and manage anything where they happen within the Freetown municipality. So how far can this government go for humiliate, stop the mayor from doing her work, abuse her, for make the able for disrupt what they do? How far you feel say they don't go, and how far you feel say they get for go? And the latest story where we hear about the mayor's incident against this current government, because I go say current government because anything where any institution na salon execute right now under the umbrella of the current government, as long as na government institution. And one of the specific government institutions where they make mention of na the police force, where we always they say na the force for good. If we see the video where the mayor put out about a week ago for an incident where happened at Lunge Airport, he was supposed for the travel to the UN summit in New York, and he will go to one point cancel them, where then just make a public announcement over the airport radio system for say one of the mayor them need them for make it go na the immigration room for some questioning. Like he say, I don't think I make anything of any big deal because I wasn't expecting anything of a big deal anyway. So the man go answer to this call where they make for him that the airport say need for go na the immigration desk. And when he approach the immigration desk, unfortunately, they say, sorry, you are under arrest and you're not going to travel to New York to accompany the mayor. Can you imagine that? And the mayor was so distressed, so confused, so upset, so everything. Because one, he had no knowledge of this man being a wanted individual. Because the issue related to this man's arrest on that particular day, now because he was one of the people who was accused of inciting people to go out and riot. Now the August 10 incidents will happen at Freetown. So basically, now being one of the people in way they highlight say responsible for that sort of incitement for the protesters then for come out and kill policemen there and do all the damage they wouldn't do. So for that reason they made the arrest them. But hold on a sec. The riots don't happen about 2 or 3 weeks before the UN summit. If this man now be a wanted person, after the situation don't calm down for like a day or two, Freetown, I presume he went back to work. I presume he took up his office role and duties and execute them for that 2 or 3 weeks period. Nobody arrested him. Nobody asked him to take himself to the Pademba Road or CID. Nobody asked him down. No question, no concern was raised. No alarm was put up. No warrant was put up for his arrest, according to the knowledge of the mayor and the man himself, and people possibly within the municipality of the mayor office there. So, how you go feel if they do something like that to you, and you then at the airport to that person there, and then they stop that person there for travel with you, where you know clearly the purpose of that person there for the trip where you go and how influential that person they could be for the trip where they make to the UN summit. How you go feel if you are the mayor of Freetown, somebody will forget control of the Freetown municipality? I'll give you an example. The commissioner of police in London was criticized by the mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, consistently because of the practices of the commissioner of police within London. He got to resign because the accusation where they make against them was facts. There were evidence to prove it. So if you get a sitting mayor we're responsible, because the mayor of London, they're responsible for the security apparatus of London. They're responsible for make sure say the economy of London is stable. He is influential to decisions being made within the municipality of London. He is influential to sit on the round table and decide how London should be governed by the police, by the councils, by the administration, whether within in confinement. He is a key player. There is no way anything that happen inside London where the mayor not aware of. There is no way anything that happen inside London where the mayor not the influence. So why do we have a mayor in Sierra Leone that should not have a voice to speak in her municipality when Freetown? It's only in Sierra Leone, Salon. Now they know that the only country in the world where we don't see. Then they call a sitting mayor, a police officer, where the mayor for they actually look at their administrative structure and tell them, say, no, you are not governing Freetown the way it should be governed. You should change your administrative structure. You should change your processes of how they deal with the citizens or the people of Freetown. You should change your methods of how they execute arrests. You should change your methods of how they go about and stop protests, because it is done the wrong way. The mayor have that power for tell the commissioner of police where they represent Freetown municipality, say, I need to have you on my desk tomorrow morning because your execution of your duties towards the people within my municipality is not correct. That mayor in Freetown have that right. When that law they change, during the days of Akibo, we see the role of the mayor. I don't know for the other one they will come after Amu. But the mayor the way we don't see, even the days of Body Gibson, I wasn't too sure of his role, because then they can possibly begin make the role of a mayor become so, I'm not going to say alaki, but to remove some amount of value and premium from him. Because if they don't reinstate the premium and value where Akibo best gets, may his soul rest in peace. Those days when he was the mayor of Freetown, I think say no government know me for the mess with any mayor, like any city in Sierra Leone. But for the fact say this particular mayor want for can reinstate that sort of same value day, where the mayor forgets now any municipality, why should that be a problem? What's it make you for they get then kind of challenges they also when they throw at this particular person? Is it politically motivated? Well, let's say it wasn't. What else should it be? Oh, look, we say Mayor Akinsoya, na APC. Yes, na APC symbol it take for win in seats for become the mayor of Freetown. But the work where they work, order for benefits. Now APC the benefit or na Freetown the benefits? How can we be so dumb and stupid sometimes? The role of the mayor, now in backyard no they clean or Freetown? The Freetown where the mayor they clean, or na APC people know when they work a day, or na Sierra Leoneans them, or na Freetonians them. The gutter where the mayor they clean, now only outside APC people in there, or na outside Freetonians in there. The tax where the mayor they collect, now only APC they collect tax for, or na for the people of Freetown. The development where it is care for Greencam na the city of Freetown, now for only APC party members then, or na for Freetonians. Can we just sit back and ask ourselves these simple questions, and we still they act stupidly? Because that's all I will say. For make you inspector of police, they can't ask the person where they govern your office. Say you are invited to the police station for obstructing police investigation. How? What is the obstruction of that police investigation? What did you do to obstruct that particular investigation? Because it chose to make a video and post them out to the world for make the world see exactly how they behave to a sitting mayor in Sierra Leone, where we claim say democratic, because it make a video where they challenge and ask questions why una they arrest me councillor, where una not even tell me say una they arrest me councillor, because it make a video where it put out to the world for express the way how it feel about the whole incident. Come on, are we that petty? Are we that tiny? Is that the level we've gone down to? Is that the role of the police force in Freetown? For ask a sitting mayor for reports na CID, where if was sit down with the commissioner of police and tell and say your act of administration is not good for the people of Freetown? But all this they boil down to the tiny bit of education we feel to say we get. All this they boil down to the yes sir mentality we get. All this they boil down to the fact say we have lost integrity and values of what make we be Sierra Leoneans and true Sierra Leoneans. Not only true Sierra Leoneans the way they support SAPP no more, but true Sierra Leoneans. We uphold the value of the national anthem and we pledge. That is who we call a true Sierra Leonean. So what is the problem here? Is it a personal vendetta against Yvonne Akinsoya? Or is it a personal vendetta against the mayor of Freetown because she's not SFPP? Is it a personal vendetta against the fact that the mayor of Freetown, Yvonne Akinsoya, is doing so well? Or she's trying to do the best that she has the fund to deliver for what for deliver for Freetown? What is the problem? If you so dearly hates this mayor, why can't you just allow her to do her work and finish her term? If she chooses to run for a second term, that's her choice. What is so wrong? What is the problem with the mayor and the police and the people of this government? What is the problem? Because we're not able to foresee the reality of the problem anymore. What are you trying to obstruct? Development? What are you trying to obstruct? Progress? Like Femi said earlier on, yes, we want the system to be corrupt so everybody will be able to milk us. No. Let's have some structure. Don't make allegation against them for corruption. Don't make allegation against them for spending government money. Don't make all kind of allegation against her. Over to you, Femi.
Yeah, you did ask why make T-boy. The main reason why make now because then they try for stop the right information get into the wider world. You know, the mayor made a video at Lunge expressing and telling the world what's happening to them and how then people actually take the piss, and they weren't happy with that. You know, the mayor is very vocal and she has a platform, and at that platform they not like. Even platform not for they go sing and dance na TikTok. She has established herself with dignitaries. She speaks their language. She understands governance. She understands policy. She understands development. Most of the things that most of the government officials they're not able to understand. And when they reach at the table and they give them the the paper that we for read about the events that we then go palm. Some of them not even able to read them paper than this, so they haven't got a clue, so they can't answer questions. They make a fool of themselves on interviews. All the things they way then they do wrong, the mayor they do right. So literally, it's just the opportunity within the try for do for locking mouth and for cast doubt over in reputation and for tainting character. All them tells it's willful. She's not a saint. Nobody said she is, but it a try. The thing that we don't do with the C say yes, it a try to do well. You know, if we President been calm and he was governing Sierra Leone like how the mayor they try for do for Freetown, I think say we country go very far. You know, in London or in the UK understand the power of London. The UK understand what in London mean to the UK. You know, they understand what the mayor of London be and what it mean. In Sierra Leone, really and truly, this administration have, I think, so they get a problem with Freetown in particular, and they get a problem with the mayor. I guess it because Freetown is it's an APC stronghold. Well, all they need for do if they do their work right, Freetown will vote for them. You know, SLPP came into power. If they came into power legitimately, that means to say a bunch of Freetonians then votes for them, or people from the western area votes for them. You know, then they feel for realized Sunday. So it looks as if then they do everything that they empower for bring the mayor of Freetown down, and also for cause problem na Freetown and the western areas. Where in really and truly therefore embrace Freetown being the capital city of Sierra Leone and waiting in the business district of Sierra Leone. not to not to just not to just a cultural center. Most of the businesses in Sierra Leone runs to the capital. And so somebody telling a bad thing, we need for decentralized. But at the moment, that's what it is. So then get for pay Freetown certain respect. We I think say they no one do again because of party politics. Because people don't go say not tribal, but it's not tribal. It's political. It's political because the opposition have a massive following in that area there.
Well, thank you very much, Femi. I think you answer most of the, you respond to most of the things they want to talk about because, again, like you say, it's apolitical. It's nothing to do with tribal thing. It might be personal at some point because maybe what the mayor is doing, First Lady is not doing it. Maybe that's why possibly, again, that negotiation down to that level there. But I think the overall thing is political. But I can be very amazed at the way how political parties will look at other political parties, even though they are doing positive things. Again, in London, we had Boris Johnson as a mayor for 2 terms, 10 good years. He did his best. I think he even did better because he changed the routes of the buses. He actually made London a little bit greener by encouraging people to bike to work because he was doing it himself. So he made some amount of changes in London, which was good. It was good for the health of some people who definitely just decide to work. I mean, people who possibly have never worked in their life begin for worker. If bring can charges then what you get for going to London, yes, it is costly. It costs money if you're driving. But yes, that's some of the privileges you pay for owning a car. Because there are government buses that you can use. They are trained. Our transportation system in the UK is brilliant. Possibly better than so many other places. It is brilliant. Very much brilliant. So I don't see the reason why you have a mayor in Freetown who is trying to do so much and yet still we don't want you to appreciate her as a political representation. We don't want you we don't want to make una praise her because na the mayor of Freetown like APC. No, we don't want that. If we just praise and acknowledge some of the efforts where they make it, she's not doing extremely great because if she possibly have the resources, maybe she could have done better than what he currently don't do. But it is still go if spend money. It go all out for source fund. And when source in fund, it bring and come back, it put them into the system. I think if the mayor been that crooked, it don't embezzle city council money, I think when I mean for don't all are responsible long term. Like when I'm likely me for don't kick Canal office they physically say like I wanna do to Lara Pierce. Because you guys don't want to accept positive change. When I just want no more like people and feel to say now una learn all the book to hell. You guys don't know jack. Because the book wanna learn, the implementation is so wrong. Some of una they come for into administration and una not even for able for manage the small administrative structures they will not be done hold now positions them of trust. We're not to inside salon. We get structure where you just they follow structures. You have a manual already. Una not able for still deal with them small organization and do that they want. What are they manage? Now fracas then they happen there. If it's not fighting, now cause, now confusion, now court, everything we're not meant for happen. Now the structures then where some of them don't manage. A disaster. And then when somebody is trying for implement, some of the structures then we in don't learn from the diaspora, and they find it difficult to accept. Why? How can you hate someone so much that any small thing where you do will make a small difference you know for acknowledge? Okay, don't acknowledge her as the mayor. Acknowledge some of the work they really do. Whenever you don't see the president don't go for do a launch or open something where the mayor don't do. Never seen that. Very few, maybe. And then feel they say when they maybe say you dey see how they go for overcome. You know, even they make mention of the mayor. So now what in? Oh, now when they call man, she don't fall and fall foot, and they can deal with the mayor. How now? Want they like nobody not talk? No, because it might be another mayor tomorrow. If APC walk out, then come back into government next election, you might be surprised who will be the next mayor. But the one way in the content for right now, so is no go X plus 0 and rubber stamp. No, because we cannot be that little as a nation. We got to begin look at the representation there, not value for money, value for integrity, and value not so because of you day Freetown, not so because of you have access to what? Tell me how you call that money we can get we want for spend we not get you suffer. Disposable income. Not so because you get access to disposable income. Also because you get access to corrupt income, corrupt disposable income, for make you feel say you have the right to govern, you have the right to represent, you have the right to sit in power. Go on, Femi.
Yeah, D-boy, disposable income now, you know, where they don't pay you, where you don't pull your money, you don't pull your rent, you don't pull your transport, you don't pull your you picking the lunch money, you don't pull your partner in what they call the money they left now
chop money
in chop money. You know, then they will left na your pockets now. We sometimes you go sit down na one bar, you go buy cigarettes, you go then na disposable income. So now when na the balance we left per money we you don't earn. So I beg no use disposable income balance so because they not earn that money dey. Now people the money na they take go do the entire so.
Corrupt disposable.
It's not even disposable, my brother, because that money, the reason why not disposable, that money they supposed for they do something for we country.
Sure.
So as I say, disposable now we don't take care of your responsibilities, now waiting left. If they not don't take care of the responsibilities, that money then they use cannot be considered disposable. That's what I think, yeah. You know, they can say on one hand, they can say, oh, not compare with the West. We, you know, look at pockets we come out. But on the other hand, they want to spend the same money where the Western leader then they spend pandemic safe. You know, they will say, hey, you don't check almost the other first lady then they get to then they travel. You know, don't see the other president where they convey where then they travel. Yes, because until they don't do waiting they supposed for do. Yeah, where inauguration come now that country, send letter say congratulations, pa. We welcome you to the community. I'm not going to come, not to say I know I'm come, but you know say about so many people and they not get work, they not getting for it. I know I'm going to spend that $2-3 million for go tell you I'll do no more. I can do I go join you, I go wave to you on Zoom, I go write you letter, but I don't go physically come with me contingency. I go sit down at me salon and feed me people like that $2 million I don't go spend per ladida waka. So that is a responsible government. And I know they say for do that all the time, but if you do that most of the time, we go to see I'm in different light. And Tibo, they can't give this before we come on at this topic also. Then say, oh, hear me, not to miss you. Then say, the one then will go with them. Na New York, most of them not come back go salon again. Then don't left na America, then don't stow. So the mayor you then stop them from make it travel with one person when I councillor. Well, most probably 99.99999% if I don't come free turn back with the mayor. Then travel with a whole plane full of not of 40 something people then say that 18 man no more turn back go salon. The rest of them they don't story. Some of them don't lost their passport and say they don't care.
Well, so, I saw a newspaper article if the newspaper article are lying now, then the editor will go deal with that case there. But it's now being headline news. The senior driver of the president don't seek asylum in America. Alright, that tells the story. But again, it tells a story that will be another discussion for another day with the left-handed. I will just highlight number thing for me say. For say, the one that we go, not to the all camp. The one that we go, the one that we come back, then Bokupas, the one that we go, we not come, then Bokupas, the one that we go, we come back. But that's not the president in your crew. Yeah? But what happened from there? Nothing. And if you senior driver, they seek asylum in America, that tells a story. That is a story for another day. So low left-handed. But coming to the mayor incident in Freetown, Femi, what do you feel say will lead this particular government for taunts this mayor the way how they don't do so for the past 4 years? What do you feel say will be some of the key reasons, apart from a political reason, to your own view?
Tibo, it's political, it's jealousy. As I said before, yeah, when the woman they talk, people listen. Yeah, and when other people in the talk, people turn away. You know, it overshadow them, and they're not like that. You know, they're too proud for embrace them and say, okay, you know, you they try, you they do well. How can we work together? Look where they can Glasgow, where they can COP26 this time last year, or around this time to be November, I think. Where they can Glasgow, really, the mayor, was well prepared for the summit, because in agenda, now exactly that the summit's been there about. She did not even need to do her homework very well, because she lived and breathed climate change. You know, in no way did they talk about, but still she was prepared, you know, and they gave her the audience. We president really and truly, if I don't do, if I don't take the mayor and say, okay, we're going to present a case for Sierra Leone, not to just Freetown. You understand? And we sit down, we strategize and talk together. Yeah, you talk about Freetown, we talk about the greater Sierra Leone. And then Sierra Leone's president, before long, come out looking nice. And sometimes if you don't steal some of the mayor in shine that way there. But he not able, because he go begin talk so crap. Because he not understand where to go for. The people are supposed to prepare, I'm not prepare, I'm right. So T-Boy, the answer to your question is, they're jealous of her. They don't realize say she commands a certain respect in the international community, and they want that for themselves. And if they're not able to get any for themselves, they rather nobody not get them. And she sabi Saloma no more. If me not get her, make it well. That's our attitude, and that's what's wrong about our leaders. You know, they're not able to understand, say, for the greater good, then therefore be a little bit more sympathetic to the cause of the mayor. The mayor, they struggle with a lot of things, and because they take a lot of control where it's supposed to get and go give other people them. Central government is not really helping her municipality at all. We they see other mayors, and they get more support around Sierra Leone than the Freetown mayor they get.
I totally agree with you, Femi, on that, because again, last week we mentioned a highlight, say, what if the mayor decide for do a sit down in Freetown on a Friday and allow everybody for register? We all know what it means for be the outcome, and we all don't anticipate the outcome before even then go tell and say they need them for making go reports now. CID. The same Friday, right? For the Wednesday we'll do the show. So basically, we were anticipating something like that to happen if the mayor choose to wasn't telling me, you say it was for maybe lock Freetown down on a Friday. Maybe they say it's about look and keep you first. But it is so wrong. It is so wrong. Only in Sierra Leone, when they ask a sitting mayor of a city say if a report that police station outside the govern. Can you imagine that? And the person where they can ask you for little reports go to police station. Now, not even you, Inspector General of Police, but you in Bobo. Wait some time for big security for the mayor safe. For make sure say the mayor safe. Now the municipality. Then back they come. Abruptly walked into a meeting in place for can serve the mayor a letter for say a need for report na CID. And the reason for that na because he obstruct police investigation. Really? So was that a physical obstruction, a mental obstruction, or an emotional one? I don't understand what sort of obstruction of justice that might be. Because the person in who they talk about right now was not even present at the scene where the mayor be making video. You have 2 police officers at the door, and she was not even allowed to go inside the particular room outside, then arrest this particular councillor. So how did she obstruct investigation? What did she do to obstruct that particular investigation? Is it because of the video that she made? So what is the purpose and the essence of the obstruction, and how was it executed by the mayor for make unable for continue with an investigation? Because the arrest was unlawful to say, because there was no warrants. I don't know whether a warrant was issued to the person or a warrant was issued to the municipality of Freetown, the mayor herself, or her secretary or somebody. I don't know exactly what is the purpose of the arrest, whether not for disrupt the mayor in trip, whether not for make the mayor not go, because sometimes he may for decide say, well, if not they hold me councillor, I need to go. So the mayor made the trip without the councillor. But we all see what in he return back with Nasalone, and he make his own publico say he win $1 million in a competition for municipalities them all over the world where did something, and she won the prize of $1 million for can improve the city where he govern. He tell me what he go do, and he tell me what he win. He tell me what's in prize money. But we have launched, we co-host, or we hosted a dinner on a couple of dinners, but we still yet to know the outcome of the UN summit. We ministers then participate in, well, we Minister of Information participates in a forum where deal with the global risk of cyber, whatever you might call it, cyberspace, or the risk of internet, or whatever it might be. He was part of that discussion. They tender his documents of what Insai want to talk about. Pardon me. And the foreign minister, former lecturer, former chief minister was also there as the foreign minister, and the role we himself play. So everybody did what they supposed to do, but we yet to see the outcome. What was the report for the trip to the UN summit? It could take me 1 week, 1 month, 2 months, and they will not hear nothing again. But immediately when the president come back, he began to go Mali. He began to go now the neighboring West African country. I don't know, Femi, sometimes you go teach 10 people in Burkina Faso how to watch you. I don't know, I just did talk. You know, say they get PhD. So they go do some quick lectures. Because now that trip they make 9 days they not over to the next day. Na Burkina Faso. Sometimes you go teach. What do you think? You go do a quick teaching or you go give lectures on how to host another military coup we happen again. This now coup in coup. So basically there is speciality that Lord give small from the mayor incident. Femi, come here. Not gonna help me. Not let me for this one. The world can get in trouble. Then I go all the world. Femi, nobody ask me. I don't like that. Go on. Talk. Don't forget. Nothing to do. I don't insure your life. No, you're safe wherever you are.
See, but you know, boy, you know, mean good for you, safe. Not to me no more. that bench, they wait for you in a Pademba road.
I don't know. I just talk.
On a Benghazi, and go bab you.
I mean, I don't get here, so I don't go.
Then they go bab me, I mean, okay, here you get.
No, I mean, I don't go use phone at Benghazi, man.
Then they go bab you it. No, I don't know, but Dan the T-boy, man, not like you. Outside the pa go, you know, go. All I know say in web say the pa, no, man, not good. Somebody where they watch we say, what been congratulate teacher them. He say with previous president, na been teacher. He teach. Actually, he teach because I think say na services he teach. At some point.
Services na McKinney.
Oh, na services na McKinney. Okay.
Na McKinney teach. Yes, he teach na McKinney.
Okay. Yeah. So na been teacher. Then he say we current president self na teacher. And he dey teach. No. He dey teach wetin web talk the other day say.
Wetin web talk?
He get doctorate in.
Na coach is okay on coach.
No mix me.
Una go take me man. Una pull na the power outside sit down. He get PhD in coup d'etat. That's what he say exactly. Close quotation. But the trip to Mali, is it linked to the coup d'etat that happens in Burkina Faso? Because it was a coup on a coup. Coup and coup. Coupis. And I also saw a TED talk of the president boastfully saying that, when I check for the video, President's TED talk on coup d'etat in Sierra Leone and counter coup d'etat in Sierra Leone. Check for him. It's online. TED talk of the president of Sierra Leone. I want to say Dr. Nesbai Kroma, when I mistake, I'm make them for chop me. Anyway, on a very serious note, we'll wrap up the mayor incident, and I feel say it's very important that we highlight some of the concerns of the mayor of the thing that we don't go through all the past 4 years of her reign in office, and I feel say it very much not good for an example like that to be set for a sitting mayor, because we don't want a repeat of anything that is negative that is happening right now to happen after June 2023, because we're not going to stand for that, regardless who is in power, whether APC or SAPP. I don't think we should be in the position to stand for anything that is going to demise the value of what we see as values for the people who they hold the office system. We have to respect them to the max. We have to give them their full-blown responsibility. We then get to execute them well, support them if we can, and leave them if we cannot support them, let them do their work. We're not going to support them by force. We're not going to work side by side by them by force. But if we cannot do that, we should not obstruct them from doing their duties as well. So let's continue to support the mayor's work. Let's continue for look at what they do, and look, we continue for get and real support in real small way that we can. If she's doing anything wrong, you should be able to ask her questions. Mayor, why make this happen? Mayor, why make that happen? Like I said earlier on, I have no doubt in whatever she has done so far. I have no doubt with her dream for what she wants Freetown to look like. But my only concern, na mi cable car. Again, the cable car, I will still say, Osai go best fit for one, at the coastal line of Freetown, either alongside the beach, we go be like some nice thing for tourists, we go for generate more income from the city, and I feel to say that could be possibly one of the best places then for locate the cable car. Sometimes maybe possibility go there for make it go and come into the city, if at all we get the right infrastructure. But if you have a government that is going all the extra mile for stop the mayor from executing her duties, how do we expect to have a cable car in Freetown? Within the main Freetown, as in the Sheikh Stephen Street, Pademba Road, because the construction of flyover is not going to happen. And I don't see that they happen soon. So Freetown might have been developed in so many different ways. We might have a lot of different areas that have changed, but it's just about self. And the mayor is trying very hard to make it a collective duty for all Freetonians to participate in changing the face of what Freetown look like for the past 50 years, 60 years since we gained independence. Was to say Freetown in the 50s is much better than Freetown currently. But it's not bad because the mayor is trying to do as much as she can. And he try to roll out so many projects that we will be of benefits to the city of Freetown. And if we just follow suit no more, and we know reluctantly they try to go against some of the things they will try to put in place. Because if we do, it is going to benefit all of us. And if we don't, it's going to affect all of us. So why do we have to sit back and fight against development? I don't think that is what we should be doing as a nation. We should try as much as possible to support if we can. And if we can't support, don't obstruct. Sit back, relax, sit down at your corner, and allow people to do their work and do it properly. If you have questions, raise those questions. If those questions are not answered, you can take it to the next level. Femi, you want to say something to wrap up the mayor in topic? Over to you.
Yeah, so T-Boy, the whole thing about the mayor, although say people, for me, I think the mayor is doing an exceptional job, yeah? Especially with the problem them with central government to Gambia. I think, you know, if they helped her, she'll be able to do a lot more. And I think say they're steadily in her way for many reasons. I love people they represent we well, and I really and truly can't stand people where they represent we badly. You know, I am very critical about the kingmakers them, the people where they put people them, where they put them square pegs them, yes, on round holes them. I'm very critical about them because I don't think so they do with country and with people them any good. You know, I am far from being a learned man. I'm far from being an intelligent person. And most of within we go class nada area day. So we not get the tools them we necessary for run country. But yes, there's a few Sierra Leoneans around the world that are pushing boundaries or pushing barriers. You make you talk about the teacher, Mrs. Morrison. You know, we can name several other teachers who they talk about today, Teachers Day. We could have had an input in our education system. We qualify for make them for don't appoint them as Minister of Education or for work within that ministry for help change the country. If you really and truly believe, say, education is your number one flagship program, these are the people that we for don't get that around you. We don't teach, we don't do the profession for years. I get what me auntie now being senior person at education at Sierra Leone. She's retired. You know, they're not go knock and go ask and say, what you think. I get other family within this side of the world, and in the salon still. I get down within this side of the world, we don't work tireless years in education in Sierra Leone. But instead, when they want to give back, all they met was blockages. You know, people in the block all the way them. So people that are interested to help, our kingmakers aren't allowing the right people them for step up. But yet then go pick people them we suppose for them a studio, like where they be so. They record music, then they go sit down for literally well with education system. They said he was a brilliant guy. I can't see it. As I say, for me, I really and truly, I detest people that we're supposed to represent we and are doing a poor job at it. Because it's not hard. If you don't know, get people around you who know. Make the advice you listen and take and implement.
All right, thank you very much, Shemi. I think you end up this particular segment very well because you bring come again the thing will start off with when education and teachers. So basically, they go round and round and round in every discussion they get on this particular platform, and majority of them is surrounded by education. And if we get the wrong sense of educational discipline that we'll get now the country right now, we will end up for get what we really see so. And that is not what we want. Like I said to you earlier on, how long we get for sit down and watch things actually happen to our country? Because if we continue for sit down, how long?
Yeah, I'm Bob Marley now.
No.
Hey, Bob Marley, say how long will they kill our prophets?
While we stand beside them. Okay, it is not just a part of it. We have to change that lyrics. We have to change that lyrics because that lyrics, the table Bob Marley been put on together. We've been just careful sit down alongside it and allow it to happen. But I think we need to change that narrative now. And I think seeing that the thing we young generation is careful put in place. And we get for hold everybody accountable, including ourselves, at some point. If we think we have done something wrong to the country and we need to be held accountable for that, then yes, we don't have any issue with that. All right, so thank you very much for watching us. And we don't talk about the mayor, we don't talk about the International Teachers Day, we don't talk about the election. And now, the last topic for today now, another saga, we don't happen cross the Mano River Union, I would say specifically. And we all know what's in a cross Mano River Union treaty we don't sign. I think that Sheikh signed the Mano River Union treaty, and for me, yes, it was signed by Sheikh Stevens, Sheikh Toure, Dauda Jawara, and Topman. I remember, yes, that's not history with some time I go remember, and I know if they say I'm wrong about it. So when they signed the Mano River Union treaty, it means Guinea, Liberia, and Sierra Leone was involved. Gambia wasn't much so involved, but it was Guinea, Sierra Leone, and Liberia signed the Mano River Union because we have a river.
Could you try again?
Because I'm not talking to you, Siri, sorry. Because we get the Mano River, we cut across those three countries, so we decided to make it the Mano River Union. And the Mano River Union has been in existence for quite some time now. And we don't share a lot of commonalities within the Mano River Union region, and we don't create a lot of benefits amongst ourselves. We don't get bilateral relationship, then we go beyond within West African countries and the benefits, and we don't see a lot of different things that we don't accept from each other. Although we still get few unsolved issues with Guinea based on the Yenge issue, but that is still down to some amount of political discussions. We still were able to get out of the table yet. But so far, so good. We've been amicably doing well among these three countries. And for that reason, we also work collectively well for make sure say we all get equal share of guiding our own borders for ourselves. We all see what's happened during the war in Liberia. We made things not to be serious. We failed to protect our borders, just like the Guineans did protect their borders. So for the fact that we made some amount of negligence and carelessness within our borders, we get for taste the bitterness of the war. We spill over to Sierra Leone, and we all see the impact of that particular war. They will not get good results. But we don't go past that. We don't allow that. We don't accept that. We don't reconcile. We don't allow for we go into the truth and reconciliation process. We make them say two acts for talk, but not truly no more. Then they make we get peace. That is what we are doing. How they go inside the Republic. So the last topic today we have to talk about now the drug scandal where they happen now these three countries they are so Salon, Liberia, and Guinea. And also don't see it started off with Sierra Leone. A couple of months ago, we get a container we land on the shores of Sierra Leone. with that container, they cause a lot of problem. The container caused a lot of problem with government officials. The container caused a lot of problem with the security forces. The container caused a lot of problems with even the people of Sierra Leone. And also with senior government officials, then we fit to say being get some amount of role for play in this particular container. And this container was accused to be carrying arms, ammunition, and drugs. We come all the way from Morocco, per se, Turkey, per se, Brazil, per se, but from the drug zones of Far East all the way to Sierra Leone. And when this container finally arrived in Salone, we did, I think, a couple of programs surrounding this container. And eventually, the last program we'll do on this particular container, we realize the sale of the container that we are talking about is not really the container we've been there, now the actual possession of the security forces of Sierra Leone. Because the same day when we talk about this container, now the same day the tracking number of that container they landed na the shores of Sierra Leone. So the container where we then make mention of, where then pull our taki, where then change the place where they pan we get the container. Where then carry that container, they go to a kingdom somewhere. Where then say them for offload the item they went inside the container, we become more issue. That was not the container that we were talking about. That was a different container. So basically, the container where we will make mention of with the seal of the, how you call the number where they can always put per container. We might not ship container, but don't make like you understand. They have a seal number where they get per container where they show who that get the container, where they identify the container. Anyway, that seal number there, 9 will be the track. I don't know whether the bill of landing number or so. So we were tracking that number right up to the time where the container land na Wataki. And the bill of landing tell we say the container don't land na Wataki now. It did it. So what thing be happen with the other container where been in Kingdom where we argue about? Where they say gets arms and ammunition and drugs. But the Inspector General of Police say that container in a frozen chicken then be inside. So it opened the container publicly, and we all see outside it gets some serious confrontation with the Minister of Information. So that container there, we yet to know what's the outcome of it. Whether it disappear, whether they open up, whether they know what's in the inside it, whether they know what's in the inside it was not known to the public domain anymore. Couple of weeks later, they made serious arrest of cocaine or drug smuggling into neighboring Guinea. And this same consignment gets something for do with the linked with that container they may get from Sierra Leone. And I think few Sierra Leoneans were arrested. But in Southside drug deal they play, you don't hear much about the outcome at the end of it. You hear the noise in the early beginning, and then you hear the noise fade out. So drug deal na thing where you hardly see the outcome of it, except otherwise. When I say except otherwise, except if they actually want to teach somebody a lesson, or if they actually want somebody to go down for it, then yes, they will. But most times, drug cases, when it cross borders like this, you can't see the end of it because it now down to authorities in control. Whether they would like to make that information public, whether they would not like to make that information public, is entirely up to the jurisdiction of the people who deal with that particular investigation. So the incident spilled all the way down to Conakry, Guinea. People were arrested related to the same drug way they accused, say, Comot Salon, 9 don't reach in Guinea. So they made a type of traffic and elsewhere somewhere, something happened, people got arrested. Again, disappearing acts, we didn't hear nothing about it anymore, gone down the drain, it went cold. Okay, then a day or two ago, we understand, say, then track another container, was tracked all the way from Brazil through intel from the US intelligence to the Liberian government. The container again for end up in Liberia. And then they offload the container. Now the south side, the container finally reached. Intel officers then raided the particular warehouse and then confiscate 100 million watts street value of drugs. In that process, 2 people were arrested. One was a citizen from Guinea, from Equatorial Guinea or Guinea-Bissau, and then the other was a Lebanese man. We don't know whether the Lebanese man is from Sierra Leone or gets any link from Sierra Leone. We just tell him was saying a Lebanese man. And then there were 2 people in the running. One is a Brazilian and another citizen as well from another country. But I received a press release or a message that was forwarded to me in regards to the former Inspector General of Police for say if for a report to make a statement whether they link this particular incident with the frozen chicken within Camp Salon. But apparently they say the former Inspector General of Police, they live somewhere in the province when they don't eat himself. So that is an investigation that we're going to follow up, and we'll possibly be able to come up with some of the outcome of this particular drug case where they happen now the Mano River Union. Family, let's bring you in quick on this. Make you just rub more on this quickly before we wrap up this particular program today. Do you think it's a coincidence for make the same issue of a container we possess frozen chicken end up for be drugs trafficked from Asia to the west coast of Africa? It end up in a salon and now it don't end up back again in Liberia. You think it's a coincidence or is it too good to be true?
T-boy, you say just now say when we go, then we come, we go, we come, back to the same thing. Our countries, and not just Sierra Leone, some of them countries as we don't mention, so get problem them, and our leaders, they know they try for put things them right. So the problem what we get, they need do and deliberately for ensure say we country them poor. Things they know they work properly, we police know they work, we judicial know they work, all them things so that they can hide all the bad things that we they happy. So what do you think is going to happen if we country been straight and narrow, that container that we don't know what's in the inside it, but we allow the container for vanish? First of all, we get Minister of Information. Now Wataki, what's the Minister of Information, eh?
Yeah.
What's the Minister of Information they do now, Wataki? So the question, it don't make no sense. If they go argue with the commissioner, what's the minister? They go argue commissioner. Now Wataki, what's in jurisdiction of Wataki in a Minister of Information? He should be nowhere near that. So if they're there, obviously not because they get interest in that particular thing the way they happy under. So as I say, I don't know what was in the container, but I know say high people them now government decides then they go there for go ensure say this information not leak out to the public, this and that. We have to question these things. So me I'm not surprised say then same issue also they be in neighboring countries them where they get similar problems into we. We need to we police needs to be independent. The judiciary needs to be independent. They need to serve the people of Sierra Leone and not to the government in power. The people and the laws of Sierra Leone is what they should be serving and protecting. But for the fact that they know they do so, all kind of criminality also go they be. And then they be and in broad daylight and nobody can do nothing about it, boy. So container they turn to chicken.
Frozen chicken.
Yeah, container full of God knows what, they turn into frozen chicken overnight. Yeah.
We see the chicken and just number frozen chicken.
So and that's the problem, T-boy. they go always the dentists go always happen in our country because our systems, we police force, we judiciary, we parliament self not strong enough for deal with certain things. That's why we're in this position, you know. And until we as a people decide, say enough is enough, we're going to vote for the right people, and for lead we go continue for the getting problem there. So.
Well, thank you very much, Femi. I think it's one good thing when Liberia announced now the fact say they realize that they have a weak intelligence force in Liberia because after the war, they haven't been able to increase their intelligence capacity in terms of investigating things that are happening within Liberia. And I think they even want for change the law on drug traffickers because the law currently states say drug traffickers that are being arrested in Liberia should be released on bail automatically. So they want for change that bill day and then still able for pass that bill date in the parliament. We're still ongoing. But at least they have taken some amount of responsibility of some of the things that we're not capable of doing and they're trying to fix it. But I'm very happy with the fact say, and the US government very happy for making able for listen to the intelligence who then share with them and they're able for arrest them people else really don't arrest too. But it just shows the collaborative work of intelligence being shared. Why was that same intelligence not shared in Sierra Leone amongst the people who are responsible? Like you clearly say that because the people are serving specific people, not serving the interest of Sierra Leone. But I think this drug issue, we for take them a bit very serious because the west coast of Africa, especially Sierra Leone, Guinea, and Liberia, has been used a lot over the years for drug traffickers. Then they come off from the South Americans. And the one advantage we get along the coastline road is so the proximity of getting to the South Americans from Rio end is not as far, and it is a very swift and easy journey. You can even get a private plane where they fly across the Atlantic Ocean for reach now we shows them with no difficult challenges on their way, because we also get an airspace where not governed well by international cyber security space where they exist. So that's now some of the disadvantages they will get, and people in authority, and they take high advantage of them with disadvantage, and bring drugs and counterband substances them into the country where they help the people of Sierra Leone, because if we have enough of these counterbands, then they rotate within the people within the community, it means the increase of drug use in Salone will be very high. When that's possibly some of the politicians then they benefit from, because they will use then drug users then they for perpetuate the crimes the way they want to perpetuate within the citizens of Sierra Leone, and also abuse the system of just feeding them with drugs so they don't know where they belong or what they're capable of doing, or they're not able to get awareness of their full potential for actively participating in developing Sierra Leone. So we got to look at this a little bit different from how maybe some other people will see them. Well, some man go say during the Escoma government, yes, it happened, but we saw some people being arrested, but we still see, say, some people were not arrested, some people then let go free. So it is like a continued practice, but we get for find ways and means then way we go stop this from happening, because it need to help the country. It need to help the people of Sierra Leone. It need to help specifically the youths of Sierra Leone, because now they're not the victims them of them particular practices there. So when the one they're waiting at the top end, they benefit financially, and then the grassroots them now they go on and give them drugs them for making them abuse themselves. And we don't see the use of drugs over the past couple of years now. Salone say don't increase, and it don't extremely increase. We don't raise too much concern for the youth them of Sierra Leone. So we got to begin look at the issues they answer very seriously, because if drug trafficking becomes a norm in Liberia, it definitely the kind of saloon, because we don't have that security space for govern we borders them. And even if we have that security space to govern our borders, we will still use it to our advantage and allow drugs for flow into the country, because very few people will benefit from them. So whatever happens within the sub-region, if we don't be careful, it will affect us, and it will affect us greatly. So we cannot sit by and say, oh, no, Liberia never happen. If there are any perpetrators or any collaborators that are Sierra Leoneans that are involved, let's name and shame these people, because they are not helping the country. They need to bring the country into the brighter light of what we expect, and we cannot encourage stuff like this to happen by Sierra Leoneans possibly participating in that kind of drug dealing there, so really affect the lives of younger generation. But Femi, I'll go and make you wrap up the show today and say your last few words for today's program, whilst we try for end today's show. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, T-Boy. At the beginning from the beginning, then say what you talk about just now about our borders and the whole cocaine. I'm not gonna call it shipment, but the whole cocaine container that we on around the neighborhood. I've been getting a discussion about this same thing earlier on today with somebody, and he said to me, Femi, we borders them very porous. Now I tell him, I say, me man, I disagree. I say, because if you look the word porous in a dictionary, you go find out say na something where they na like a barrier, but we get small hole them with small water and breeze go pass. I say we on border they're not porous. I don't know it's not the word, but onto small water and breeze they pass and we border them. We border them get it was past porous. There's nothing, T-Boy, there is absolutely nothing with the secure we border in any way, shape or form. And why they talk about border, and they talk about just the physical border. Any side, the water, the land, the air, them they sell salon passports. Yeah. And they tell them they sell salon passports, would you say them they stop people that with salon passports? We know sabi talk Creole, we know one day sabi talk any other salon language, no one day tap na salon, but they get salon passports, and they stop these guys with drugs in their bags, and so then so because as I say we not get the right condition for protect we borders, I mean any which way, shape or form, but couldn't also they go in and out of the country, they give the country bad name, they give we Sierra Leoneans same bad name, because we governments and they encourage that. I don't know if the money them, the criminality, they go all the way to them. I'm not going to say they're responsible. What I am saying is they're not putting the right measures in place for protect the country and for protect the country and border them. So now we see ship then now we shows, we don't know who side ship here so come out and you just pack with him up na the coast, you see the other say everything that ship they do, you just pack the almost this. We they see container, then they reach, then they swap the name of the container to other container. By the time you realize, you ask question, the container they lost. We they see Minister of Information, they go now attack it, they go argue with police or waiting for happen to one container or not. We they all lentils, so they see people with non-Sierra Leonean passports and they travel with Sierra Leonean passport and they travel non-Sierra Leoneans, they travel with Sierra Leonean passports. Then
Sierra Leonean diplomatic passport.
These are the questions that we've for the ask. How secure is our country? What do we leaders and they do for protect we country in security? Anyway, so let's left down the first before we reach the end. We'll reach to the mayor issue. The poor mayor, as I said earlier on, I think that she's been targeted because of they outshine certain people and they want to make that stop. Yes, because she's APC. Yes, because she's a Creole, but not to just stand it. The main reason now because it gets waiting they not get, and then they fear him for that. That's the main reason, and it not go stop until either the incoming power or the mayor, the current mayor, isn't the mayor of Freetown anymore. Maybe at that point the so-called attack will stop, because not so just the government and officials and police and the harassing the mayor. Now even civilians them they attack the mayor. We they see people and they go travel come all the way yonder Usa Juma Day. They go Freetown for go do video in front cotton tree for go show say cotton tree dirty and at the mayor in fault. Not so the mayor in fault make salon dirty. Salon dirty because me and you too dirty, because me and you today throw it in them na treat instead of we put our Usa for put up. If Nadian country as you do certain place in London, I don't they outside somebody they smoke. It throw away cigarettes but they run out and go inside office, then go find them. We can put all the measures that's in place, but central government needs to back the Freetown City Council for able to do their work properly. And that is not happening. And again, but the mayor, she's traveling with her councillor, then stop him, they arrest the man. Then complain now they not invite the mayor go answer question because the mayor do a video. But yet other people then travel the same time, go the same summit with 50 something people them and 18 no more go na salon. The other and the other story. Really and truly, boy, see the problem we'll get. No matter how we disguise Cynthia so, then they cannot do. It doesn't stay in the dark forever. Then they cannot do what they see. Trade na SLBS in this and that say be name. Now they no more they give information. So with the certain thing them and Bokuti will not the. But now because of social media, everybody's got a phone, has a camera, has a voice to speak, and that means to say with the already story them firsthand. We don't know how to go, but it will be interesting for no say if not true say the chief driver of the PA himself don't go seek political asylum na America, and he go with this contingency of 50 almost people there. So that's where we are. We then to and day. After that, we go to voter registration. Why they not give you the chance for let we help for choose we next government? Yes, people are waiting at the border in Liberia. Then take thing and go to them and they get the chance for votes. The way people ask, they say because they're on the border of Liberia and Salon, now they didn't get them. But technically, they're out of Sierra Leone. So if they give them the opportunity, why don't they give UT boy with the England? Why don't they give Juma with the America? Why don't they give some of the followers that with Japan, Australia, Italy, France? Why don't they give the diaspora the opportunity for choose with next government? With the challenge in if I know I don't do very well for Salon, when I give you the opportunity, look and thank una at the ballot box for which I don't do. Please. I go left down this for now. And the last one now, which will begin the show with education. Today, World Teachers Day. Again, thank you to all the one the way teach we, all we family the way I teacher them in particular, but all the one the way make an impression in we life them. And the one the way teach we politician them, shame on you. Because really and truly we for expect to for don't do better. Because them politicians so they not get one dignity. Nothing they not get. So me I don't know that teach them or some of them teachers them for watch themselves and no. Sometimes they try for teach them good, but you know we picking bad the bad. They go be fine for make some of them teachers so come and can tell we are them pupil there so being at school. Because really and truly it's our politicians in Sierra Leone, in Africa, but in particularly in Sierra Leone, are no good for our country. It's about time we could get fresh people them. Fresh people where they come for country for run we country. Because all the ideas so then guys come with new direction is just the wrong direction. And on that note, I'll say thank you for Una the way they listen to we every week. Una listen to T-Boy and Juma talk boku. Juma no join me today with big padding, something come up. If you not done that first mission, we been say and go pano. But things are because we ask him for make he can explain what he do with the money we get. And the per diem we don't go use na that wala de depend. Make you not go falsify hotel receipts and more like how some man then do. Because we go check any information Juma can't so we to get for cross check them.
All right, thank you very much, Femi. I think say Juma they avoid interrogation, and there is no way you go avoid that form of interrogation because you get to be accountable to the $5,000 we get. And via them they ask earlier on, what happened with Juma? Juma still gets some unfinished assignments the way it is try for complete, but I believe say by this week you go don't complete them, then you go join me next week. Again, you go taking seats. This seat man all like I know yellow sir. I sit way out for Silon. Although I mean they talk boku, but now they talk plus mark because you do. I get for talk double. I get for talk for myself. I get for talk for Juma. Then I been coming for like for myself talk but himself small. So it's not been easy at all over the past couple of days. But like I said the last week, you know they envy somebody in position. These are the only sign of the world way you take person in position. You tell us I big deal man. I can take your seats. And the reason for that now because alone, nobody need to go holiday. They make an illegal holiday. Going the faith for lost their seats or their position or their office space. But anyway, I want to extend my thanks and appreciation to all the one that we don't join we, and the one that we just join we, and the one that we continue for join we on the subsequent program the work can get together Wednesday, and the one that we can do na the impromptu one them. I want to say thank you very much for your time and effort when they put for support we, and continue for support we, and continue for share we page, and continue for subscribe to the YouTube page. And make meaningful contribution towards Sierra Leone. We don't talk about 4 important things them today on the show. One, the fact say today is International Teachers Day, so we don't celebrate with the teachers then we all over the world and then contribution they don't make to teaching. We not for say the essence of teachers them that for creating an impact in the lives of their students, for make them be able for be meaningful and do their own contribution for any nation for growth. We therefore also trust them and we empower them with the power for make we able for use them as people and we get for put together some of the policies then we will get for rely on for make we able for get a better education system in Sierra Leone. We not say the system that's London derail, if I can use that word, you possibly use something way worse than that. But we cannot say that to the extent because we still get people who are likely capable for make that change in the education of Sierra Leone. I make mention of one teacher we now been the former principal na Annie Walsh and Mrs. Robinson Femi. So basically
Morrison.
Mrs. Morrison. So Mrs. Morrison now one part of the teacher they will celebrate now today. We don't give 35 years of service to the teaching career in Sierra Leone, 19 years as a teacher, and then she became head teacher na Divine Memorial we na the Cummings John Secondary School, and then he also become the principal of Annie Walsh Memorial Secondary School, and he don't use his skills over the years for make sure say he puts together the right policies them and then schools they are so he don't they and he don't also run the administrative structures of education in Sierra Leone. Like I say earlier on the beginning of the show, now then people also we need forget now the education institution in Sierra Leone. Now then will be the people who will put together the right policies them for change education. Because it not only don't serve as a teacher, but it don't serve as a trained teacher na Sierra Leone. It don't serve na the capacity of being a teacher and it don't rise to the rank of senior teacher, deputy teacher until she became the head teacher and principal. So it not just get teaching knowledge in the classroom, it don't also acquire administrative knowledge for manage the whole system. And then people also need for the part of the sector them really puts together policies for education. If we want for change education, if we're very serious about changing education. So I want to say thank you to them for all in contribution, and I want to say thank you to all the other teachers that we don't contribute that the lives of Sierra Leoneans the way don't excel in whatever they do, or we're able to make some kind of meaningful contribution to themselves and their families in the country. we want to say thank you once more to the teachers. And when I know you learned, and I continue for become a teacher, because teaching practice is not just about the money, it's about the passion and what you believe in, and the amount of lives the way they impact and change. We always say, even the most learned man on earth gets something through a teacher, as somebody teacher. So we can't doubt the ability of teachers. We can only teach successful people, and they also teach we poor politicians. Right now we don't exist in the country. But like I said to Femi earlier on, I don't think there is a political faculty in Sierra Leone universities. I think most of we politicians, they really end up for become politicians. They were either meant to be lawyers, doctors, or doctors of not to medical science doctors anymore, because we yet to have a medical science doctor as a politician anyway. I don't know. Yeah, we used to have them before, back in the days, but not now. So basically, the political knowledge we then get might not have nothing to do with political science or politics as a whole. Most of them, they go study law, government, history. Yes, it's also an amount of governance and also an amount of administrative skills they willing to put in place. But we want to say thank you to all the teachers then we don't make contribution towards the lives of Sierra Leoneans. And then we also talk about the registration process. We feel to say don't go on, but we still get issues around them, and the issue that will get around them possibly will be rectified soon within the next 2 days. I think Femina the 7th and the 8th are the day for the registration, and because I saw the chat group earlier when and somebody mentioned them. But we will continue for encourage people and for register, because it is your right to register, because you have to use that right to vote. I'm not happy to say people in the southern province or southeastern part of Sierra Leone reluctantly they refuse to register because they might not be happy about something. We yet to know what it is. So we therefore look at that very seriously and see how we make people and go register. But the good thing is the president don't take a 3-day or 4-day trip to the province, and we know for say he will be able to talk to the people and for make them register. Whether they will vote for him now or not, that is their choice. But at least it's a good thing that he is going up there to encourage them to register. But like Femi said earlier on, he should have done that to the entire country, because you are not just the president of the Southeast, but you are the president of Sierra Leone. So whatever you choose to do in the Southeast, you should equally do the same to the other parts of the country. And if you're not able to do that, that means you're only serving a section of the country and you're not serving the entire country. But we'll still give you that thumbs up. They say maybe it's a good thing that you go in there and you're encouraging them to come out and register, because they might use their vote the right way comes 2023 June. And the next thing we'll talk about also now, now the fact say we make mention of this particular drug incident where they happen as alone, we will not too sure of. And we feel to say if we continue for the do any kind of thing also, it will be a problem. And the problem we will bring now problem we will not be able to deal with, because if drug become a norm within our society, it will destroy a nation, because we will get people full of drug abuse and we'll not be able to develop the youthful population, which will be the active population for make that change, because they will be physically strong to execute their duties and make sure say we get a better Sierra Leone. And we also talk about the mayor in incidents we don't be something of a past now. It don't happen almost every year over the 4 years of her time in office. And we want to possibly ask the question, why? Why pick on the mayor? Now because not to SAPP, now because it outshine the government in some of the things the way they do internationally and nationally, now because now woman, now because now Creole. We know how to take things into real hands and take things into real perspective and say, now because of this, not that, not that, not that. If the mayor, not to possibly you like, not to by force, you don't have to like her, but you should be at least acknowledge some of the things the way they do. It might not be doing the best, but at least it try for executing duties them well. At least it try for make people understand, say, if I have these resources, I will be able to use it. It try for make Freetown be one of the best cities them in Sierra Leone. There is nothing wrong with that. If you want to make Freetown a greener city, there is nothing wrong with that. If you want to make Freetown the cleaner city, we energy clean, we get a clean air for people and for breathe. There is nothing wrong with that. You don't have to like her. You don't have to support her. You can just sit by and not say nothing to her and allow her to make it do in work and make it doing work properly. Because if you not allow her for doing work properly, not only mayor you affect to, you affect the entire Freetown municipality. Because when you stop the mayor from doing her work, you're stopping Freetown to benefit from what the mayor they bring come for Freetown. If you accuse the mayor, if you fetter, if you physically want for root time that seat today, well, I'm not gonna tell you saying get PhD from coup d'etat, but in PhD we ain't get that for executing duties well. And the reason we make you get that kind of PhD for executing duties well, that because a common this part of the world where delivery is one of the key sectors that develops any nation. Without delivery, a nation will not be developed, except if we want for life ourselves. And over the past couple of years in Sierra Leone, we've seen a lot of change in different things, positive and negative. But I think the negative of late outweigh the positive. And we want for change that narration there, for make every Sierra Leonean benefit from what in Salon can offer them, either as individuals or collectively. So on that note, I want to extend my thanks and appreciation to everybody who don't join me this afternoon or this evening, it depends on Saturday or this night. And we want to say thank you for our contribution. Again, unfortunately, Juma is not here today for Rob Mott and this discussion, but definitely I want to apologize on his behalf and make people in rest assured say, you're not going to say you just start up with some kind of duties then we want to make it execute within the past couple of weeks, and you don't do that very well. But he will still come back next week by God power and tell you exactly how he don't spend the per diem gear. Because at some points we feel see something they avoid public interrogation. You know, for make we can ask some questions and also with something you know go happy with. But if not that kind of situation, we might still get for ask certain questions then. Maybe we will left una the public for ask the balance of the question then. Because we believe say accountability is key, and we therefore continue for insist on accountability. Even we get the same government or another government come 2023 June, we will still be factual about what we're doing, and we'll make sure say we execute them to the best of our ability. So I want to extend my thanks and appreciation once more to the one that was on our Facebook and YouTube, and we love being followers them who they bump into on the road, and the one day we can give you high five whilst we bump into each other on different platforms over the world. But without Una, we're not going for dinner. So on behalf of myself and the rest of the Sierra Leone media team, we just say thank you and bye-bye for another edition of How They Go Inside the Republic next week. But we'll also get a continuity of one of the shows that we'll be done to do next week. We will get the health show back again for do something on the health issues then where they have on our salon. For actually continue with the health discussion hold on to get on this platform over the years. So thank you once more and good night.
My name is Femi Claudius Cole. I'm the chairperson for the Consortium of Progressive Political Party, we call COP, and also chairperson for Unity Party. This registration process we don't start. We get some concerns. We in a COP get concerns. The first concern we get are concerning first-time voters. First-time voters, this is not the very first experience this way then they get by election business. And we want when they begin for register so today, for let them go they register and for let them go they vote, so they go. So how they experience this registration today, now you go know if next time then go come out for cancan register. Then they encounter, then they meet up beaucoup problem then. Where we want to and a beg with a big, let them address them problem there, where them first time voters there then they meet. One, then they left them a line long. And some of them, then they college, some of them, then they school. Then when they don't wait in a line long, they reach now for go do the registration. Then they tell them, say, they know they take the WASC, they know they take them Beke result, and Boku, they know agree take them birth certificate.
Now we want for appeal to NEC. If issue they but bad certificate, let them engage with Registrar General, let them iron her out now. But if Pikin don't get in bad certificate, he don't get in certificate back from WASC or Beke, we don't understand again why then they refuse her. But then they're not done. Again, when they go bring big person from their community can verify them, then they reject them back. With the Yari say councillors, then they reject them. This I don't get from the councillors, then safe. Say then they reject them. Chief, then they reject them. Imam, then say imam for face ID. Chairman for in area, then they reject them. So we want to really make an appeal to NEC. We already get guidelines and UDAT and how person for verify somebody will not get documentation. So we want for appeal to NEC. Let we go with waiting the book say. Let we go with waiting we been don't agree, waiting we don't talk about. If a councillor come, you not go tell and say now one person no more if for verify for the day. If that be so, that means to say now new rules then una they make us we they go along. Imam come, all man na the line don't tell you say now we imam this now we mosque. Una refuse for register the people and say because they not get ID. So this verification one become a very big issue and a very big problem. We go put the first time voters there off completely. So before this can turn a serious problem, this first week, we they appeal to NEC. Do ya? Una let we solve this verification issue once and for all. Not for we na Freetown no more across the country. Let all man don't know say na this and this and this person na for verify and una get that book. The one that we not get no documentation at all. Now, we all know say Sierra Leone we don't get several issues. We don't get mudslide, we don't get flooding, we don't get fire, we don't get so many disasters then. As recently as a few weeks back. People then don't lost their documentation. Somebody go on a line where they talk fluent Limba, it tell you say I don't lost something. Whether it been registered before or not, NEC, we want for big una go all out for make sure say una verify say yes this person is Sierra Leonean, yes in chief don't verify them, una register them. The first time voter issue is a very big one. So we want for make una take that very, very seriously and then one day we not get no documentation at all. We get an issue with una equipments. Then they call, even we own agents and don't call for say this place, they don't get power bank. They don't get power supply. The cameras then they unbog. The thumbprints machine back then they unbog. People are not able to register. We feel say these are issues that we can solve very easily. So do ya? I want to una put an under this process, una ensure, and even areas where would they get complaints, say people and don't volunteer their own generator, personal generator, una get coordinators the way they reject them. This process now we all get them. If we all not put an under them, it not go come out successful. So do ya? We want for appeal to NEC. We get an issue with accommodation. By that I mean, inside the way una don't go make arrangements say, na ya people then for register, na yanda people then for register. This on behalf of the one the way they wait for register plus una self your staff. We don't observe areas the way then they face, they don't look glad for assist them. Some areas then they lock gates pan them. Christchurch is one, Boxing is one, they don't get a friendly atmosphere to una staff. So I don't know how una make una arrangements with them, but una revisit that area there because we still get a long way for go. So the areas they will get accommodation issue. I beg una address and one thing. Let we know wait till the process done, then we want for begin for cry stay roof. At the time of closing, we they observe say by 4 o'clock, despite in some centers, then don't start late, dead at 4, then they close the line. Then they take only people that will get ID cards. Now, if all man don't equally left in market, don't left in school, don't left in job for counting up the line, I don't feel to say we for penalize one set of people and say, una go come back tomorrow. If una they take 50% of the one that will not get documentation, 50%, half of the one that will not get will get the ID card, una take an half. Let people not feel bad. Because this registration process, now we all get for UNAM, now we all get for put an inside. So do you have one for appeal to NEC, that closed in time, and if a center no say they don't begin late, then they extend the time for the one that we already done in a line. Then we get a good respect for people that they wait na the queue. These are some of the things that we want for Big Neck on behalf of the consortium, the people of Sierra Leone, so let them put on under the issues there. Then I want to go back to the verification issue. Let me clarify them. Chairman of NEC, do you have a big? Clarify them publicly. Let all man know who that for able for verify person will not get documentation. When they see adults picking them where they are being rejected. Then also, there are certain areas where they say after 20, then they stop for register. Chairman, please attend to the issues there. We in a COP, we are part of the process. We embrace the process, and we want for let this stay so good before let all man able for register.
Nyaboda ngbaila uma. Mongo moye pe ugama a Guinea. Ko go ngiyima net TPM or INET TPM. Ko ti Malaysia be fe koma. Ko elamola sabu tumu gbawya ko mo ko egba. Ke hindanga na ti we ma enyande. Chama mutomala. Liberia jati ngema net tumbo ko tingi ngijiwie. Nyati mana tembo alina. Tumbo be ali tembo atatu. To tumbo atatu. Tembo abaya. To nakengo ke awe ye wofe mangende tamatatu. Sati satenga na moya na tetatu ha awe ye puima o ipuma yema. To kanga ketibaya awe ye nanima akpokovui. To na wi ake inyade. Na wi ake nunga gutuba tego tatileve fekoma. So mwaye ngamaye batigama o dale tindeti yenge biama. Tia humbu tingijila tujifa nunga gutongole tia tilave fekoma. To mwagbo umane lema dale nubele lema limandileima. Keji wi ala dwejo amo mulave fekoma wati tia keya momu kwegwa mi kwa mukwana anemwe kondwe eyambia do eliglo. So ma ube umane lema amu wasa momu live momu leze sakoma ko la sabu ko mukwe yagwa mureje busaba ko makwegwa balele ye kada tifia ba yizio ba nga yigio hindagu tumava so dale mo kwa mane nema amubia mumudenga mubodesia na otigwa ati kogwa buinama fopuma wayakpa ti ata titi la be fekoma mupia delay mupia bagoma.
The challenges that we confronted with in this voter registration, they're enormous. But me go and talk about one specific one. Me na a registrant will go for register na Tonkolili District Constituency 052 Ward 175. I go with me NCRA registration slip. I've been taking photo of and the 10 were verified. Then check me NIN number, me information all day. Then put me date of birth, me information all day. Then put all the unique identifiers and when they say they can put me information all day. So the constraints mean too much, except I get for Trite, I get me voter card, we have been used for vote 2018. Now that identification number, then that voter card, 9 ECSL been get for use now and able to get me information. But the NCRA, no information about me no exist. Aside this, the center will be open quick. A lot of other challenges than they where I think say ECSL for address immediately. Otherwise, no problem for this whole registration exercise.
After min no PRE, mina me dey for anyway. Ibaka muchiruras mamu salata manupasi akpap. Ka register ye ma pa at register from Takabuti. Marinu imuchinu mamu napo no ko register Takabuti. Kere mama nuko Kakabuti. Marinu manua fetanu kakanga so ankoi kama ko register. Bo bepi register amba kabot en kabota ke kabotu kolo keke medere kan 2023. So marinu unu kama nuko register. Afet mo ko register beti akere resulting ka beke o ka NPS o ka was. Modi atipo bote ate lomaninga so mako abule won kaka register. Kaka ke mo yenye afuma kpati mma ko kaka register antu wondi salata mo computer egbeti dokor kati so akoni otanatan kaka bot kere taso obdim taso bakasne taso muyu hatama tideri ake mapo bempa computer tema to kode lemp So Mari, urnu kaman ko register. Ateta so ye ma kaman nu yoy kaka atofani onko lodi. Mari nu urnu nge. Tenu nesai, tenesa koko ba ki one. Manu ko ne ma pa calculer ati malome muyu kogbo kaman ko register takabot. Yo, mama salata manu so me lensi.
We know say na registration period this. So we dey call all salon people then for go register. But one problem I don't discover upon this in registration, I don't discover say the number where the political party observer then they get, where they take note of who that can register, where then they write. I discover say with electoral commission, their own staff they will then put on the ground, you know they meet with them the number. For example, if all the party agents don't get 50 people will register for today. Now electoral commission then they go there 70, 80. So Owan make Mohammed Kone, the chairman for NEC, make a look into this problem. We don't start so. For there, every day, the electoral commission staff them and the party agents, they all figure for be the same.
Young people them, especially we now we boku, and we where they suffer. It's like for say, all the baby problem they will they get from we party agents they would inform we about the registration. It's like say now so na the northwest, so na the western area, and so na the northeast. Now they all them problems they had they come out. We know they hear better problem themselves they come out at the other parts in the country. Now just then side there no more, and then they worry we.
Me, I can't talk to Una for let Una go register. Una we they sell Dove Court or any partner of the country. We say me, I know they left me business for go do registration. Do ya left farm go register? You where they ride Okada, park Okada go register. You where they ride keke, poda taxi, park let go register. You register, now they give you chance for let you vote, and you vote now they change the situation where we depend on this country now. If you not register, you no go get chance for vote. And not say me, you don't know why they register, I don't know why they vote, I not see nothing. Do ya? Go register. If you go register, you know able to register for today, go tomorrow. If you not able to register tomorrow, go the other day until you get chance for go register. Do ya? I also talk to Unami people in Gambia. I be then this year. I just for can't for can't talk to Una. Go register. Not say we don't clean me. I they go na me farm. Do ya? For go that farm business day left farm force. Go register. This registration is very important. This now get for change your life tomorrow.
The only thing we want for say so today, now that it's very, very important for make every citizen whether all 18 years and above na salon go and register. Now you right for register, and in fact now you duty for register and vote. Every 5 years. The citizens in this country get for choose their leader. Now the only time down the way, the ordinary man at the streets, they show his own power. The power for choose the people that will lead them. And the way things don't they go in this country, Una yourself go agree with me that you better let you choose for yourself than you allow other people then for choose for you. So the importance of this registration exercise, now for give we all the opportunity so that we all go able for exercise, we right for choose the people them where we feel say go run this country in a way we go satisfy with. And that decision day now we self get for make as individuals. We know say a lot of difficulties they don't day and problems they don't deal with the registration process so far. But me am for big una. For be patient and for try by all means do everything possible so that we are able for register. Even though you get very important things then for do, not forget say nothing no day way more important than your life and the life we live in this country. Now this is not the only country we get, and this for many people now the only opportunity for let them show themselves say then they in charge of their own destiny. So as long as You na adult, even if na the first time you get for vote, we for tower, for make up your mind, say your name go dey na that book day, so that when you go for go vote, you no go get any problem. We dey decide how we get for live in this country. We dey decide who that for lead we in this country. But you no go take part in that decision day if now you no vote. So we want to ask everybody, not only we supporters them, but even the one themselves who know they support we dey ask everybody so that we will exercise we rights now this democracy we dey try for build. And thank you very much.
The mountain in a Kabbalah, they shape like a lion. Me Jamaican body tell me say they high like a
My name is Miata Fombola. I'm an economist, and every day I fight to change the way our economy works. I've seen up close the power of Labour governments to change things and to do the impossible. When the global financial crisis hit in 2008, I was working in the strategy unit for Gordon Brown's Number 10. I saw that with focus and political will, our government could move mountains. And it was in those months that I first understood that the change my parents taught us was necessary might actually be possible. My parents came to London as refugees when I was 5 and became part of the Sierra Leone community here. They made impossible sacrifices to give my brothers and I the best start they could. I've been lucky, but for so many of the kids I grew up with, good kids from good families who were as likely to go to university as prison, the system let them down. My parents made sure we knew that this system that holds people down is wrong, that it deprives our communities of hope and ambition, and that we had a duty to change it. But I also grew up seeing the value of solidarity. When things got tough, people in our community banded together and helped each other out. And that's why I'm Labour. Because we know that it's not okay for just a few to do all right. We have to help everyone rise. The NHS, the minimum wage, we have always been the party of big ideas to lift everyone up. And now we need to do it again. I've listened to people from across Campbell and Peckham. They're worried about the cost of living, the lack of homes they can afford. They feel that our schools and hospitals are at breaking point. They want change. Harriet Harman blazed the trail for women. Standing on her shoulders, I want to be Campbell and Peckham's next MP, so that I can bring big ideas to Labour to make this change a reality and move mountains for this community. I've spent the last 5 years leading a charity that develops ideas that could transform our country. Free childcare for all, a living income so everyone can live well, a Green New Deal. Ideas I will always fight for because I know who I am fighting for. I'm fighting for the kids that don't get a shot, for the parents who are making impossible sacrifices, for the people who are struggling to get by, the people who are Campbell and Peckham. I want to use my voice on the national stage as your voice, to make your fight my fight, so that together we rise.
Sukam, 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 Sukam. 21 and 22, the place is up now for me and you. We dey get some nice something for you. Just pay for a room and a table too. Yeah, yeah.
Free money, quick and easy.
One of the key challenges is the public not too aware of how for dispose of them waste. Then they take them waste from the household, then they bring an a treat, then they deposit on a gutter, then they deposit on a illegal site them, Insai City Council say not for to weigh dirty. So that one then one big challenge, illegal dumping of waste. And the second challenge, people are not too aware say dirty na thing wey them for pay for. All man get right for pay for dirty.
Even then trash can then, where city council install, people they pull and dirty overnight, can left on a treat for let we can total. Imagine you get for clean gutter, you get for sweep the treat, for let the treat fire, you get for good grass, and then person they pulling dirty back now house, can even a treat, say city council they can clean for them.
So Freetonians there, they talk to una. We as council, we don't do a lot for more able for clean the city. We get so many activities that we don't undertake. And what we don't do now, every area where you dey, you get a waste service provider where they around you there.
Central waste units, since we're going to business, in terms of waste business, like a group provides for a good service, but dirty business, like we don't get any problem with dirty issue. Always they come on time, come clean out the compounds, go in and out, everything but dirty business. We don't ever get a problem with that.
We appreciate them because now to deter the academics, they don't clean outside and do the necessary thing they're supposed to do. So I appreciate them a lot and I value their service within the render and to
We Freetonians, any dirty where you see na Freetown, na one Freetonian, 9 Putande. So for let we not see dirty now we city, for let we not see dirty now we street, for let we gutter the not full up with dirty, call 8244 or you go now this we site here www.findmeinfreetown.com. Find me in Freetown. That place then now you go see either by call or now your phone on your WhatsApp. Now that section there, you go see all the tricycle groups them, MMC plus the other one them. Call somebody, let them come, make arrangements with you for the collect you dirty on a regular basis. Then I for say for the collect you dirty constantly, nor put you dirty in a street. The Freetown way we want for see, now Freetown way we get for create. Nobody no go down for we. So please Freetonians, we want a clean city. Keep we city clean, not keep dirty in a street. Amen. You no go jump again.
You no go jump again. I
This
say
stand don't can
I say
now.
don't stop. You don't
You
come.
know, tie this red dot to the come out.
Yes.
It heals them.
There was a huge flooding which took place here a few days back, and on that note, we carry out for calm, see how we go best to go mitigate that kind of flooding day, make it not repeat itself. The culvert of itself is about a 3 meters diameter flow of culvert in all the volume of at one end, so and at twin culverts we get about 6 meters diameter flow. Now we are only having 2, so the 4 meter is all filled up with silt. So on that note, we get for can clear all these silt now out machine. We clear them and we create a big opening and also widen the volume of this streamline, so we will accommodate more water. So because what thing really happen when the water overflow, they move kind to the community.
We they come along the line, we say water then settle inside the places and take it on everyone needs, right? So if they can't clean out so today or not tomorrow, I know say it will cause a great impact for me and the people in the area. I know say council will go and go do something when you know go come again, say this will happen in case small rain come back. Because if this girl did not take place, we will call it like a flood mitigation, right? Yeah. If this play don't take place, for any other problem or again we go and cannot cause any other problem again for we.
We only have to do assessment. The machine is on the way coming.
2018, we were able to do this same kind of work here before the rain starts. And as a result of that, we were really able to minimize disaster in this community over the years that we follow. This year, because of financial constraints, the timing not work like how we want them for work. But interestingly, on the 21st of August, after that first heavy rain, Akanaya, with other members of the team, staff members, and we write to CRS and they agree for support this work. Who would have known, say before we were able to bring the machine, the heavy rain go come back. It come and Boku property destroy. We tell God thank you, say life no go na ya.
I name myself Tufon. I don't live in this community now, so from 2001 now until 21 years. But with the woman there, I would suffer because so flood will take place. With the woman they would suffer till to begin there. The water they destroy too much, but right now tell God thank you. Well, this machine don't come.
Because from yesterday we get information, say Freetown City Council don't send machines, especially the mayor. May God bless and guide and protect his family. So we're glad for her and we're happy. Especially when we see the machine now. This morning, the machine they start for dig the gutter widely for make the water go up pass free and go down.
So we're glad to say we're able for day here now with CRS and financial support for make this work here go on. They don't begin yonder by the bridge, all the other clear. Then go keep on moving down all the way to Kanike, and with that we all go get peace of mind. We go able to sleep when the next heavy rain come, knowing say this water level not go rise uncontrollably like how we do last week.
Is it a pride to be a teacher?
Oh yes, more than a pride, it is a passion to be a teacher. All that we need is better treatment. It is with love we build a nation. All that we need is better treatment. Ooh. A teacher is a nation builder who spends sleepless nights preparing his lesson. Transformation of education begins with the teacher. He does everything to meet up with changing times. They build doctors, pilots, engineers, and all great people, oh no, with meager salary. We plead on the parents to stop negative intervention. Instead, assist them do their work. It is with love. It is with love. It is with love. We build a nation. All that we need is better treatment. It is with love. It is with love. Yeah. We build a nation. All that we need is better treatment. I'm shedding my tears for a teacher. I'm giving you knowledge, you slap me. I'm building your future, you kill me. Oh no, respect the teacher. I'm shedding my tears as a teacher. I'm giving you knowledge, you slap me. I'm building your future, you kill me. Oh why, respect the teacher. Teacher, we tapsila. Teacher, will one we teacher. Teacher, we tapsila. Teacher, will lonely. Teacher, we tapsila. Teacher, will one we timba. Teacher, we tapsila. Teacher, will lonely. Teacher, we tapsila.
Teacher will want me. Teacher with Absila. Teacher will loan me. Is it a pride to be a teacher? Oh yes, more than a pride, it is a passion to be a teacher. All that we need is better treatment. It is with love we build a nation. All that we need is better treatment. Ooh. A teacher is a nation builder who spends sleepless nights preparing his lesson. Transformation of education begins with the teacher. He does everything to meet up with changing times. They build doctors, pilots, engineers, and all great people. Oh no, with meager salary. We plead on the parents to stop negative intervention. Instead, assist them do their work. It is with love. It is with love. It is with love. We build a nation. All that we need is better treatment. It is with love. It is with love. Yeah. We build a nation. All that we need is better treatment. I'm shedding my tears for a teacher. I'm giving you knowledge, you slap me. I'm building your future, you kill me. Oh no, respect the teacher. I'm shedding my tears as a teacher. I'm giving you knowledge, you slap me. I'm building your future, you kill me. Oh why? Respect the teacher. Teacher with Absila. Teacher will want me. Teacher. Teacher with Absila. Teacher will loan me. Teacher with Absila. Teacher will want me. Teacher with Absila. Teacher will loan me. Teacher with Absila. Teacher will want me. Teacher with Absila. Teacher will loan me. Is it a pride to be a teacher? Oh yes, more than a pride, it is a passion to be a teacher. All that we need is better treatment. It is with love we build a nation. All that we need is better treatment. Ooh. A teacher is a nation builder who spends sleepless nights preparing his lesson. Transformation of education begins with the teacher. He does everything to meet up with changing times. They build doctors, pilots, engineers, and all great people. Oh no, with meager salary. We plead on the parents to stop negative intervention. Instead, assist them do their work. It is with love. It is with love. It is with love. We build a nation. All that we need is better treatment. It is with love. It is with love. nation. All that we need is better treatment. I'm shedding my tears for a teacher. I'm giving you knowledge, you slap me. I'm building your future, you kill me. Oh no, respect the teacher. I'm shedding my tears as a teacher. I'm giving you knowledge, you slap me. I'm building your future, you kill me. Oh why? Respect the teacher. Teacher, we tapsila. Teacher, will one we. Teacher, we tapsila. Teacher, will lonely we. Teacher, we tapsila. Teacher, will one we. Teacher, we tapsila. Teacher, will lonely we. Teacher, we tapsila. Teacher, will want me. Teacher, we top sila. Teacher, will loan me.